morning, everyone, and welcome to the Oceans of Opportunity Summit, Brazil at the core of maritime decarbonization. On behalf of our hosts, Prumo and the Port of Aço, the Global Maritime Forum, the Rock Mountain Institute, the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, and the International Associations of Ports and Harbors, it's an honor to welcome you to Rio de Janeiro for this global dialogue. I'm Aline Caldeira, a Brazilian journalist and your host for today. It's a pleasure to guide you through a day of insights, announcements, and collaborations as we work together to accelerate maritime decarbonization and position Brazil as a renewable energy powerhouse. Before we begin, a few practical notes. The event is being recorded and will later be broadcast through our partners' channels. For Q&A sessions, a QR code will be available on the screen to submit your questions. And of course, join the conversation online using Oceans of Opportunity. Now, to officially start the day, we will open with our first plenary, setting the global ambition for maritime decarbonization. Let's begin with perspectives from Brazil and our international partners, leading the charge towards zero-emission shipping. Our speakers will set the stage for today's discussion and explore how Brazil and its partners are advancing the global maritime transition ahead of COP30. I would like to start inviting Rogério Zampronha, Chief Executive Officer at Prumo. Please welcome. Prazer em revê-lo. To join Rogério, I invite Dr. John Crates, CEO of the Rock Mountain Institute, Christoph Waterschut, Managing Director of Port of Antwerp Bruges International, and Vinicius Patel, Vice President of the International Association of Ports and Harbors for Central and South America, and Director of Port Administration and Services of Port of Aço. So, we will first hear from Rogério, who has been the CEO of Prumo since April 2022. Throughout his career, he has built a solid trajectory in the industrial, technology, and renewable energy generation sectors, always with a strong entrepreneurial vision. He served as president of Schneider Electric Brazil and president for South America at Vestas, the world's largest manufacturers of wind turbines. More recently, he led Omega Desenvolvimento, focusing on the structuring and implementation of renewable energy generation projects, and continues as a member of the board of directors at Omega Energia. Rogério holds a degree in economics from the University of São Paulo and an MBA from IMD, Lausanne, Switzerland. So please, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and partners. Welcome to Rio. And by the way, I was just informed that this building has been a project from the famous Oscar Niemeyer architect, project from 1968. So it makes this event even more important.
Thank you.
It's an honor to welcome you all and our distinguished guests and speakers, remarkable speakers, by the way, to the Oceans of Opportunity Summit, one of the most important pre-COP gatherings on the maritime sector. It represents more than a meeting of minds. It's a call to action for an industry at a turning point. And you're going to learn with John from RMI how this idea of oceans opportunity emerged and how this is being spread all over the planet. The maritime sector, most of us are somehow related to that, faces one of the greatest challenges on this time. Shipping accounts for nearly 3% of the global CO2 emissions. In a world where the racing is toward net zero, it's quite a significant amount. Decarbonization is no longer optional. It is a strategic imperative, essential for competitiveness, for sustainability, and for the future of global trade. Yet, as we all know, progress has not been easy. Regulatory frameworks, such as those led by the IMO, International Maritime Organization, set ambitious targets to achieve neutrality by 2050. But for those like us who truly believe in the decarbonization process as something really essential for our lives, the October's IMO result on the vote on the approval of the net zero framework didn't bring the decisions we all expected. We will have another year of engagement so that we can finally approve the net zero framework. However, we need to be humble in this process, in this fight for defending what we truly believe. We need to learn from the countries and decision makers who denied their votes on the net zero framework voting process at IMO to understand why they did so and what we have to prove and show and engage to bring them back to a reality that we want to see for us and for our children. COP30 is the perfect place and time for each one of us here, and the friends we have that are not here today, to commit and convince governments, society, agencies, companies, that the clock is ticking, and we have no more time to spend in endless discussions. Waiting for regulation, just sit down and wait, is not an option at all. The private sector must lead, and that's why we are here today. And we're going to show that with some initiatives that will be announced through the day with our dear friends from Port of Antwerp. Brazil is the host of COP30, and so it stands at the center of this conversation. Our country is a renewable powerhouse. We have abundant hydro, solar and wind resources, biomass that grows faster than any other place in the planet, a vast territory and a growing technological capacity. These are not just advantages, but they are responsibilities for us. We must embrace its role as a global leader in the maritime energy transition. We can be at the driver's seat. We must set the pace. The challenge is global, but the solution will be built locally, port by port, project by project, company by company. Ports are no longer just gateways for trade. They can be hubs for energy transition. They are the best places to accommodate the developments on energy transition. They are the places where infrastructure, technology, and collaboration converge to make net zero shipping possible. At Port of Açu, we are living this transformation. Our purpose, written on our walls and grow into our minds, stands for helping the world to reduce its carbon footprint and accelerate the best of Brazil. Our vision is clear: to create an integrated ecosystem where infrastructure, innovation, and sustainability move forward together. We are investing in feasibility studies for alternative fuels, developing pilot projects, and building partnerships that will accelerate the adoption of clean energy solutions in a one-of-a-kind ecosystem. For us, decarbonization is not only about reducing emissions. It is about creating qualified jobs, attracting technology, and driving economic development for Brazil and for our partners. But let me be clear, that's not a journey we can take alone. The future of maritime transport will be written by those who act, and I'm pretty sure many of them are here today, by those who turn ambitions into reality. We need collaboration across borders, across sectors, and across value chains. We need bold investments in shared commitments, and we need to start now. So my message today is simple. Brazil is ready to lead. Porto Façu is ready to lead, and together we can make this transformation happen. Let's turn oceans of opportunity into oceans of action. The world is watching, and the time to act is now. Thank you very much, and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Rogério. Now, I would like to welcome John Crates, Chief Executive Officer, Rock Mountain Institute, or RMI, to the pulpit. Dr. John Crates is the CEO of Rock Mountain Institute, or RMI. He is an internationally recognized leader on global energy issues and climate change. He joined RMI in 2012 and has been a senior driver of its growth and impact globally, becoming CEO in 2022. Prior to RMI, he was a partner with McKinsey & Company, where he helped found the sustainability practice. He trained as an engineer in energy and aviation, and he is an alumnus of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works prototyping facility. He earned a doctorate from University of California for research on industrial circularity. So please welcome.
All right. Bom dia and good morning, everyone. You've heard enough about me, but maybe a little bit about Rocky Mountain Institute for those who aren't familiar. RMI is an independent nonprofit think and do tank that for 45 years has been accelerating the clean energy transition. Our mission is straightforward: to transform the global energy system and secure a clean, prosperous, zero carbon future for all. Now, as we begin, I just want to note that just days ago, as we gather here, Hurricane Melissa, probably the most powerful storm that this planet has ever seen, battered Jamaica, wiping out an entire year's worth of GDP overnight. Now, while that was going on the complete other side of the world, in Vietnam, in Hue, we had the largest rainfall that ever occurred, at more than 5 feet, or almost 2 meters of rain that fell within a one-day period. At RMI, we know you can't depress people into action. And we also know that at the same time that we're hitting these catastrophic tipping points in nature, we're also seeing positive ones in economics and markets. And today I want to talk about the critical piece of the puzzle for how the shipping industry can lead the world in solving climate change. This is why we're here today. This is why we're here in Brazil. And this is a tremendous opportunity for Brazil. So shipping, we've already heard from Rogério, it impacts almost every sector and every country, moving roughly 80% of world trade today. It's responsible for about 3% of global emissions, and shipping emissions are expected to increase, importantly, by 50% here before 2050 in our business as usual scenario. To avoid a rise in emissions and achieve net zero by 2050, we're going to have to deploy every tool in our toolbox. Efficiency improvements like voyage route optimization and technical measures like improved vessel design, those are important tools. However, they're not enough. To achieve a fully decarbonized shipping industry, we need a revolution in fuels and propulsion, especially in zero-emission fuels. The need for zero-emission fuels is recognized by the UN governing body, the International Maritime Organization, or IMO. In 2023, the IMO released their greenhouse gas strategy outlining a path to net zero by or around 2050. In addition to greenhouse gas reduction targets, the strategy calls for an uptake of 5 to 10% of zero-emission fuels by 2030. This goal affirms the urgency to start scaling zero-emissions fuels now if the sector wants to meet its long-term decarbonization goals. That's why RMI has spent the last few years building deep analytical expertise and a robust stakeholder network, including all of you, with one primary focus: to promote scalable and affordable zero-emission fuels in shipping. One significant output of our ongoing effort is the Oceans of Opportunity report, released last year in collaboration with our dear partners here at the Global Maritime Forum. The report had a clear objective: to create clarity for ports, investors, fuel producers, operators, and to enable low-cost renewables to regions with high demand. The report found that zero-emission fuel production costs will vary significantly across regions. And the cost disparity will drive a global trade of zero-emission fuels from regions with low-cost renewables to regions with high demand. This finding led to the identification of 4 distinct port archetypes, and the Port of Açu is an example of a promising export hub. The Port of Açu and Brazil today have the opportunity to lead on this transition, and that's exactly why we're gathered here. Brazil is uniquely positioned to be the first mover and significant global supplier of competitive zero-emission fuels. Starting with the production fundamentals, Brazil's grid is already largely renewable, and with around 90% of its electricity coming from renewable sources, primarily hydro and wind and solar. And thanks to Brazil's resource renewable abundance, it's home to some of the world's most cost-competitive and firm renewable energy. That's not future ambition, that's here, today, now. Green hydrogen doesn't only require renewable electricity, though, it also requires fresh water, a resource that Brazil is also rich in. Furthermore, Brazil has sustainable biogenic carbon, a scarce global commodity that's captured carbon from bio-based industries such as ethanol, pulp and paper, and others. Brazil has complemented these great production fundamentals with supportive policy, including the National Hydrogen Program. These ingredients create an enabling environment that's attracting investors and large-scale e-fuel producers. And lastly, because of its long coastline, Brazil has multiple ports, such as the Port of Açu, strategically positioned to serve major demand centers such as Europe. Despite Brazil's great zero-emission fuel production potential, the supply, gas, and cost challenges remain. Zero-emission fuels remain more expensive than conventional fuels, production capacity is limited, buyer confidence is still building, and the environment is uncertain. Green corridors concentrate resources on specific routes and partnerships. They bring together a compact group of first movers, including producers, ports, shipping lines, and financiers who can move fast, share risk, and chart the path for everyone who follows. Green e-fuel export corridors go beyond traditional shipping route decarbonization. They catalyze domestic production infrastructure by linking it directly to guaranteed international demand, solving both supply and offtake challenges simultaneously. In addition, green corridors can allow Brazil to initiate zero-emission fuel bunkering at its domestic ports for international markets, with Europe representing a significant opportunity. This brings me to today's announcement. Later today, my RMI team and our partners at the Global Maritime Forum will be sharing the exciting pre-feasibility findings from the green e-fuel export corridor between the Port of Açu and the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. The Port of Antwerp-Bruges will have strong zero-emission fuel demand as an established bunkering, chemical, and logistical hub. Additionally, Europe's supportive mechanisms, including the EU, ETS, Fuel EU, and H2 Global, will support and improve zero-emission fuel offtake conditions. The preliminary analysis shows this corridor is feasible and can advance Brazil as a leader in e-fuel production and maritime decarbonization. One additional international regulatory mechanism that can help further reduce the green premium shipping fuel gap is the proposed IMO net zero framework. And while the IMO net zero framework's adoption timeline has shifted following the recent extraordinary session, work continues to refine this groundbreaking mechanism, the first global mandatory annual emission reduction targets and zero emissions fuel rewards. There are three expected principles of this. First, that ships must reduce their overall annual greenhouse gas fuel intensity over time, measured on a well-to-wake basis. Second, that ships emitting above a set threshold must acquire remedial units to balance their deficit, while those using zero or near zero greenhouse gas technologies earn financial rewards. And third, revenues from pricing contributions flow into the IMO Net Zero Fund, which rewards low emissions ships, supports innovation and infrastructure in developing countries. By 2030 and 2035 and beyond, this framework should create escalating financial incentives that make zero-emission fuels increasingly competitive. Though defining elements are still being designed, the IMO Net Zero framework, as it stands, has the potential to close the cost gap between e-fuels and conventional maritime fuels. To prepare for this impactful legislation, maritime companies must act now to secure timely zero-emission fuel supply. Early movers who establish reliable access will reap significant competitive advantages, while laggards risk facing penalties and higher compliance costs as regulations tighten. So let me close with this. The energy transition is creating one of the largest new export industries of the 21st century. The countries that establish themselves as competitive, reliable suppliers of zero-emission fuels in the next 5 years will generate export revenues, high-quality jobs, and strategic economic advantages for decades. Brazil can advance industrial global decarbonization through green zero-emission fuel export corridors. It has everything needed to compete and win: low-cost renewables, biogenic carbon, supportive policy, strategic location, and private sector ambition, as you heard from Rogério. So as we gather here in Brazil for COP30, remember this: the energy transition is fundamentally an economic opportunity. It's a chance to build new industries, create widespread prosperity, and establish Brazil as a key player in the global clean energy economy. The world will be watching what happens here in the coming weeks. Let's make sure they see a clear signal. Brazil is ready to lead in the zero-emission shipping fuel economy, and we're building it together. So let's get to work. Obrigado.
Thank you, John, for such inspiring remarks. So now I call to the stage Christoph Watershoot, Managing Director, Port of Antwerp Brugge International. Christoph Watershoot is the Managing Director of Port of Antwerp Brugge International, POABI, and APAC, Antwerp Flanders Port Training Center. He holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Antwerp and has extensive experience in port management, international development, logistics, and training. Under his leadership, POABI has delivered advisory and capacity building projects across Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, supporting port modernization and industrial cluster growth. Watershoot is recognized for his expertise in port governance, strategy, sustainable infrastructure, and global port development. So please, we are going to listen from you now.
Thank you very much for this long introduction. Good morning, bon dia. The main message I want to give today, and I'm coming immediately to that, is why is a port an European industrial port, and as already mentioned by John, we are the second largest chemical cluster in the world. We are the 5th largest bunker hub in the world. We have also a net zero ambition on cluster level by 2050. Why are we believing in international partnerships with players as Porto do Açu? Why are we here, and why are we investing together with strong partners as Prumo, EIG in this venture? Because, and I think that's the main, that's really the main message, and already mentioned by John, because we're believing that doing business in a sustainable way is also an opportunity. It's not only about an opportunity for the planet, it's also an opportunity for business. It will create new opportunities. And why are we strongly believing in platforms as Açu? It's very easy. For us, it's where we are all facing the main problem together, and all hydrogen and green fuel producers will know that story very much. You need to secure offtake, you need to find a viable business case. And it's not easy today, we all know it. Of course, there are support mechanisms and so on. But to make it feasible, we strongly believe in platforms where you can have local industrial development, local offtake, where you have green bunkering potential, and where you have the export potential of green molecules, green fuels towards areas in the world where there will be a huge need. And I think for this esteemed audience, it will not a big surprise that Porto do Açu has it all. It has that potential for local industrialization. It has the potential for green shipping corridors, for green fuel bunkering, and for the export. And that's important because when, in our vision, to avoid everything what greenwashing, we have to make sure that we green the whole supply chain, that it's not only about shipping fuel, that it's also the source where the energy is coming, and it's how we run operations all the way through the supply chain. And so that's the main reason why we are proudly accompanying as an investor for the last 7 years, Porto do Açu in their growth and development, and we are there only at the beginning. And this momentum and today marks it's a kind of milestone. It's the announcement of a lot of ambitious plans on green shipping, on the potential of Açu. But for me, it's also mentioning what's already been achieved. It's also important, I think, and a lot of those investors and developers are here, what's already there, what's planned, and what's going to happen, and how Porto do Açu is becoming a global front runner in this ambition. To make that possible, it's where Açu will be one main energy export hub, and Antwerp, amongst others, will be the receiving part. Why? To decarbonize our industry, to decarbonize global shipping, and also to serve as a European turning point for those green molecules. This is all fitting in a huge European strategy, the strategic green shipping corridors run by the European Commission, where we're part of, and where we really want to take global leadership on this. And the importance of these events is when you're talking to shipping lines, they're often telling you the story, yes, but we want to decarbonize, but there is no fuel available. And the other way around, developers are saying, yes, but we want to really invest in green shipping fuels, but there are no shipping lines guaranteeing offtake long enough to make it economically viable to launch the project. And I think that's where, and that's really the catch, that's really where we have to go after with events as today, with all esteemed industry players there, to make sure that we really that we really bring all those players together, and that we solve this gap, that we work together on that part of supply and demand. Because supply will be there, Brazil will be one of the leaders, ASU will be one of the leaders, and demand is also there. That's very clear. It's happening now already, maybe a little bit slower than expected a couple of years ago, but we see, for instance, in our port, imports of green ammonia. It's happening mostly for refineries today, but it's happening. We really don't want only talk about the future. The future is now. We are, as part in Antwerp of our multi-fuel strategy, we are already doing things. We already did the first biomethanol bunkering. We have a hydrogen-powered tug. We have a methanol-powered tug. We have an electric tug. So we are really doing things. Next year, we will have the first ammonia bunkering in the port as a trial project, what will be the first in European port, and we're really trying to convince, and I think we're convincing the industry with our multi-fuel port strategy, where we really prepare our port and the infrastructure to be able to have a wide availability of different options for the shipping sector, with a strong stress on zero carbon or low carbon fuels. Because the future will be there, the future is there. We want to show, together with our partner Porto do Açu, we want to show leadership, we want to show that it's happening, and not only by organizing events as today, but with real concrete action in the field, because that's where it's happening, that's where the challenge lies, and count in us as a partner for this global transition, and I hope there is a full audience of partners here available today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now, I would like to welcome to the stage Vinicius Patel, Vice President of the International Association of Ports and Harbors for Central and South America and Director of Port Administration and Services of Port of Açu. An executive with more than 15 years of experience in port, oil and gas and logistics sectors, Vinicius Patel has held position as CEO, CFO, and Logistics and Supply Chain Projects Manager at companies such as Braskem and Gran Energia. Since 2019, he has been the Director of the Port Administration at Porto do Açu, responsible for maritime operations, services, infrastructure, QHCA, and institutional relations at the port. His main challenge is to operate and develop Açu efficiently and safely, in line with the best ESG practices. Since 2025, he is Vice President of the International Association of Ports and Harbors for Central and South America. Vinicius holds a degree in Business Administration from the University of Santa Catarina and an MBA in Business Management from INSPER. So, Vinicius, welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here in the week when Brazil, the Amazon, and the global energy transition all share the same spotlight. It is the concept of oceans of opportunity to build on a powerful idea that the ocean can become the great avenue of opportunity for the planet climate future. I speak on behalf of the International Association of Port and Harbor as Vice President for Central and South America, and I represent a community of ports that moves up to 8% of the world trade. And we know that the future of shipping and the future of the climate are the same story. IAPH has a clear vision for the years ahead, to place ports at the heart of the global decarbonization strategy, because it is there that the fuel of the future will be produced, circulated, and scaled. In its work program, IAPH recognized ports as energy hubs, capable of transforming global logistics by connecting the maritime industry, energy supply networks, technological innovation, and enabling public policy. How to get to action? This vision takes shape through IAPH technical committees, focusing on climate and energy, risk and resilience, and data collaboration. And I love this name because collaboration is what we need to do. Under the climate and energy pillar, we are delivering and expanding tools that support the transition. The Environmental Ship Index, ESI, something that we are evolving for 2027, but we've been practicing for more than 5 years, providing reduced port fees for all the ship owners that are engaged with ESI. The Clean Marine Fuels platform and the port readiness level, which assess port infrastructure and operational readiness for new fuels. I'm proud to share that Port of Açu leads the development of the port readiness level cargo, a tool that will help ports to prepare handling sustainable molecules and cargoes across routes and operations. Because the future of decarbonization will not be just ship to ship, it will be ship to shore to market. And ports are the entry gates of this new market. We all followed the recent IMO decision to postpone the regulatory alignment on shipping decarbonization by 1 year. Some see it as a setback. I see it as a natural phase of every transition. As Dr. Gills reminds us, transitions unfold in 3 stages: mounting pressure on the old system, resistance from the existing structures, and reorientation towards a new technological and economic regime. Resistance means the system is waking up. Resistance is an important stage of transition. Progress may pause, but it does not reverse. This is the moment to accelerate innovation and cooperation, laying the foundations of the definitive transition. The world is beginning to see what this event makes clear. Brazil has everything it takes to become a global hub for low-carbon fuels. Abundant renewables, industrial and port experience, technical talent, and a strategic geopolitical position connecting continents. From bioethanol to hydrogen, from green ammonia to e-methanol, technology is evolving before our eyes, opening new trade routes and new opportunities. We are still building infrastructures, but we have never been closer to leading this transformation. At the IAPH World Port Conference in Kobe, in Japan, earlier this month, actually October, the global port community sent a clear message. The success of the transition depends on our ability to ensure timely and reliable e-fuel supply chains. In Kobe, IAPH launched its products portal, consolidating tools from the Clean Maritime Fuel Working Group, including the ammonia bunkering safety checklist and a fuel-agnostic terminal checklist. A new 2-year coalition with the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization was also announced to accelerate alternative fuel bunkering, infrastructure readiness, and regulatory alignment. These initiatives highlight a simple truth. To ensure timely e-fuel supply chains, we need robust infrastructure and coordinated development across exporting, importing, and bunkering ports. Port has its own time frame. It's not as fast as build a new vessel that can burn ammonia or methanol. We have licensing, we have civil works, we have several things to prepare and infrastructure to provide all of this. Port must not only receive the fuels, they must architect the entire value chain: production, transport, storage, and distribution. The oceans are already charging us the bill. Extreme weather is not a prediction, it's a reality. The planet can no longer afford delays. If the transition to net zero emission fuels is inevitable, it must also be fast, inclusive, and cooperative. That is precisely what IAPH advocates: a global network of clean energy ports moving not only cargo, but avoided carbon, prosperity, and the future. And as final remarks here, I would like to say that we are on the right path. The agenda has not lost momentum. It's gaining muscles and maturity. If there is a resistance, it's because transformation is real. And here in Brazil, we will not be spectators. We will be protagonists. Let us keep moving forward. Let us keep cooperating. Let us keep navigating together along the route of decarbonization, because there is no plan B for the climate and no time to waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinicius. Thank you all. Let's mark this moment with a quick photo before moving on to our first panel. Thank you. Obrigada. We will now move into our first panel, Global Regulation, Building Momentum for Net Zero Framework. This session explores how the International Maritime Organization Net Zero Framework is shaping the path to global maritime decarbonization. Please welcome our moderator, Eduardo Cantz, ESG and Institutional Affairs Director at Promo. Welcome. Currently, the Director of Sustainability and Institutional Regulations at Promo, Eduardo Cantz previously served as the Director of Sustainability at Porto do Açu, an affiliate of the group. With more than 15 years of experience in the energy, oil and gas, and infrastructure sectors, Cantz worked for 7 years at Eneva, holding leadership positions in legal, regulatory, and sustainability areas. Previously, he worked at the Michelin Group and a law firm. He is a guest professor in the postgraduate courses at FGV and the Center of Legal Studies for Attorney General's Office of Rio de Janeiro State. Additionally, he serves as chairperson of Sustainability Committee at the American Chamber of Commerce. Graduated in law from PUC-Rio, he holds postgraduate degrees in environmental law from PUC-Rio and business law from FGV. Welcome. Now, I would like to invite our panelists. Alicia Cranes, Director, Ports and Shipping, C40 Cities. Alicia Cranes is the Director of C40 Sports and Shipping Program, leading collaboration among port cities, authorities, and industry partners to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve public health across maritime supply chains. She has extensive experience working with engineering consultancies, utilities, technology firms, and government agencies in the energy and maritime sectors. Previously, she managed a port efficiency program for the USA Department of Energy's Better Communities Alliance and contributed to the 2050 Master Plan for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Alissa holds a BA in International Relations and Political Science from Boston University and an Executive Master's in Urban Planning from the University of Southern California. Welcome. Dan Hubble, Ocean Climate Program Manager at Ocean 5. Dan Hubble is the Shipping Emissions Manager at Oceans Conservancy, Ocean 5, leading global efforts to decarbonize the maritime sector and accelerate the transition to zero-emission fuels. He engages with governments, industry, and the International Maritime Organization to advance climate policy aligned with global net zero goals. Previously, he was a policy analyst at Environmental Investigation Agency, focusing on marine conservation and Arctic policy. Then holds a background in environmental science and international policy, breeding ambition and implementation in the shipping industry. So welcome. Beatriz Schulz. Beatriz Schulz, General Manager, NYK Bulk Energy Brazil. Beatriz Schulz has over 16 years of experience with the NYK Group, where she leads business development in Brazil, focusing on dry bulk and energy markets. With a strong background in chartering, Beatriz supports NYK's global decarbonization initiatives through innovative and sustainable maritime logistics, while overseeing also compliance and human development at the Rio de Janeiro's office. She holds a bachelor in administration from UFRG, an MBA from ESPM in business management and competitive intelligence, and project development background from MIT and IBP. So welcome. Andrew Hoare, Head Fortescue Marine Systems and Green Shipping. Andrew is Head of Green Shipping at Fortescue Metals Group, where he leads the development of zero-carbon marine fuel strategies and export supply chains for ammonia and other advanced fuels. With over 30 years of experience across maritime and energy sectors, Andrew previously served as Chief Operating Officer at Naviate Group and Chief Commercial Officer at BWLPG. He holds an MA Homes in Management with International Relations from the University of St. Andrews and an MBA from Ashridge School of Business, and is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. So, welcome. It's an honor to have all of you here today. During this session, remember that you can share your questions through the QR code on the screen, and we will address as many as time allows during the Q&A. So, once again, welcome and have a nice panel. I give the word to our moderator.
Thank you, Aline, and good morning. The International Maritime Organization plays a key role in supporting the early adoption of zero-emission fuels. In 2023, the IMO adopted its revised greenhouse gas strategy, setting a clear ambition to achieve net zero emissions from global shipping by 2050. This year, member states began negotiating the IMO's net zero framework, the mechanism that will turn that strategy into action. After a critical adjournment decision, the final vote is now expected for 2026. This period represents a crucial opportunity for collaboration, for industry, policymakers, and civil society to lay the groundwork for effective and ambitious implementation. In this panel, our speakers will share the takeaways from the recent Marine Environment Protection Committee session, talk about their main priorities moving forward, and discuss what this means for the shipping industry and for countries like Brazil in the global maritime energy transition. So I will start with Dan from Ocean 5. And then Ocean 5 has been supporting ambitious maritime decarbonization policies. What are your first reflections, takeaways on the recent IMO decision?
Thank you, Eduardo. And maybe a little clarification from my bio, because I think I failed to include that entirely on me, but probably the critical part to my background to just add for this context was I served under Secretary Kerry during the Biden administration as a US negotiator during the revised IMO GHG strategy. So it's, I have to say at the jump, if there was one reflection, it was that we never got 4 secretaries of anything to pay attention to the IMO when I was during the Biden years. And it was, I think that's where we kind of have to start on the reflection, is we had an unprecedented level of political pressure applied by the Trump administration to derail the negotiations. And I think there's no sense in calling it other than what it was. This was an attack on process, it was an attack on multilateralism, and it was an attack on the global consensus around how to regulate a global industry. And I think it's truly important that we separate the cynical reactions that I think were deployed in both in the room and outside of the room at all levels to member states and to, in certain cases, individuals, to get them to change their votes or to simply stop talking, from the sincere reactions that I think many, or the sincere concerns that many people have around the framework. And that's part of the parsing that has to happen this year. We have an overwhelming 13 or 14 items under discussion for the work plan itself. And that's plenty for us to get cracking on. And I think that's one of the big pieces, was that after the first week of the extraordinary session had concluded, there was an incredibly robust discussion around how to incentivize properly different fuels, especially the e-fuels that have been under such wonderful discussion and such investment from Sue and Antwerp that we were hearing about this morning. So I think that's thing one, is we really need to break out what was real, what was not, what is addressable, and what should just be bypassed or taken more seriously, because there is a strong coalition of countries out there that want to see this done, and they will not stay silent for long.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for setting the scene here on our discussions. I'll move now with Beatrice. Let's hear from the shipping operator's perspective, and in your opinion, what elements of the net zero framework are most important for enabling investment decisions in zero-emission vessels and e-fuels?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this great opportunity. I believe it's NYK has been in shipping business for 140 years this year, and I believe this is one of the a very good chance to show to the shipping community what we are doing. Back in 2018, NYK decided to issue green bonds, and I could say that we started there. And in 2021, we issued transition bonds. So basically, with that kind of investment, we were able so far to invest in technology, green fuels, and be able to supply all the green chain. I believe that so far, the main aspects about this, it's to rely on our customers and all the supply chain. So basically, earlier today, we discussed it about the challenge of all players in the industry. So one thing that we are doing is not only to invest in shipping and green shipping, but also in the upstream together with our partners. So in the upstream and also on the downstream. So basically we are creating demand somehow for the green fuels through methanol carriers by using methanol, ammonia tugboats, and earlier this year in May we delivered a methanol Ultramax dual fuel vessels. So these are one of the things that we are doing. So basically to invest, and as one of the main leaders in the shipping community, we invite other members to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. And moving forward, let's change a little bit from now the perspective and hear from Alyssa Cranes from C40 Cities. Alyssa, first of all, thank you very much for being here today in Rio. And if you could just briefly explain what C40 Cities is and talk about what the fact that cities and ports are on the front lines of both climate impacts and maritime transition. How can international and national policies support cities in driving decarbonization and also at the port level as well?
Thank you. And thank you, Eduardo, and thank you for having me here. So briefly about C40. C40 Cities is a network of mayors of some of the world's largest and most influential cities working together on climate action. Many of these mayors are in Rio de Janeiro this week for their summit on the eve of COP, which is designed to keep moving the ambition forward. This is a very special moment of the local leaders coming together to advance their climate ambition and turn it into action. What we do in the ports and shipping program, we bring together port cities. So we have a fairly vast and large network of port cities from every region of the world that are working together to decarbonize their ports and supply chains. Why are port cities important in the context of shipping decarbonization, which may not be evident to a lot of people, but I think what's important to note here is while shipping is global and shipping emissions are global and shipping is a global institution, the action to deliver shipping decarbonization has to happen at the local level. Port cities is where global maritime trade meets local action. This is where projects get built. This is where things like we talk about just transition. Well, who is delivering the just transition? It's the local governments. It's those governments that are close to their communities. Cities is where the adverse effects of inaction and unjust transition are felt the worst and hit communities the hardest. So this is where action needs to happen. This is where the action has been happening because cities are, in almost any country in the world, cities are much further ahead on delivering emissions reductions and good green jobs and all sorts of environmental and social benefits in their national governments. So that's why port cities are important, and that's why this is who we engage and work with and support. Now, to your question, Eduardo, about how can international and national policies support port cities? I think the goal of any policy is to mandate, support, and enable change, right? And I think we have some good examples from the energy sector where like solar and wind weren't cheap or widely available 20 years ago. And governments around the world made a decision to enable that transition through mechanisms like feed-in tariffs, PPAs, renewable portfolio standards, and that helped accelerate those technologies to market, make them cheaper, make them widely available. And I think that's a good example of the role of the policy that it needs to play in the uptake of new technologies. I think that's very translatable into the shipping sector. One thing that is unique here, shipping is global, right? Again, the regulation has to be global, the support has to have a global consensus. And as we know, there are delays in the global consensus, but I think what's important and what we heard today from the keynote speakers in the beginning of the session is that we really need to choose ambition over delay. So while the IMO negotiations are on pause, we need to continue moving forward. We need to continue supporting our first movers like the green shipping corridors leaders, the shipping lines that are putting, like NYK, that are putting zero emission capable ships on the water. So, I think all of those things are really important, and kind of drawing this back to the city role, yes, cities need that support from the national governments and the international community. However, cities are not waiting. They're not sitting there and waiting for the net zero framework to be adopted. They've been already working on green shipping corridors, decarbonizing their ports and shipping, and we have so many great examples around the world to really show that this is happening already.
That's great, Elisa, and ambition over delay, and also the important role that cities must be at the forefront and also be part of the discussions. Very, very interesting. Let me now move to Andrew from Fortescue. And Andrew, Fortescue is at the forefront of developing green shipping solutions and marine systems. From your perspective, what are the critical technical and operational challenges in scaling zero-emission vessels, and how can the net zero framework help address these barriers?
Thank you, Eduardo. And firstly, really a big thank you to the whole organization here for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm the less important guest from Fortescue coming to Brazil this week. This week we bring the world's first ammonia-fueled vessel to Belém. It arrived this weekend, so anybody in Belém this week, please do go up there and take a look at it. It's alongside some other Brazilian technology, a hydrogen fuel cell ship as well, so we're amongst technology leaders, which is fantastic. I lead the green shipping for Fortescue. Fortescue is one of the world's largest mining groups. It considers groups like Vale as one of our key peers and, of course, competitors as well. We're based in Australia, we're an Australia-listed company, and our main activity is shifting iron ore to Australia, to China. A few years ago, we took a view that we needed to decarbonize our mining operations, including its supply chain. So we set a very, very tough target to eliminate our Scope 1 emissions by 2030 and set a pathway to the reduction of our Scope 3 by 2040. So as an industrial group, that is probably the most ambitious target we've set on the planet. But shipping is difficult to decarbonize, as we all know. We went to the engine manufacturers, and they're like, well, maybe a little bit later. We went to the shipyards, and they're looking in their rearview mirror about yesterday's technology. So we said, okay, this little mining group is going to do it ourselves. So we did. We built this ship to show that it was possible to use ammonia as a fuel in a marine environment. And we got classification approval from DNV, flag state approval from Singapore, and we helped shape and draft the IMO MSC regulations in December 2024. That was the easy bit. We enabled ammonia. Ammonia can be used today as a marine fuel. The MEPC, of course, is how it incentivized that switch over towards the greener fuels. So I think I heard the word ambition mentioned a few times. All that happened a few weeks ago in the IMO, ambition was given a kick, and when you kick ambitious people, you make our resolve very much stronger. So over the next year, we're going to articulate very, very clearly that the fuels are available, that the technology is indeed available today. Our own group, we're taking delivery of Belgian-owned Newcastle Max bulkers, which will deliver onto our supply chains, powered by ammonia. So the action is already underway. These people have moved before regulation. CMB Tech in Belgium, Fortescue ourselves. So regulation is very, very important, but it hasn't been as what has catalyzed us. But why we need the regulation today and why the net zero framework is so important is it acts as this policy bridge for us. Our biggest risk as Fortescue from a shipping perspective is if the IMO doesn't bring in a carbon tax or carbon levy of some form, somebody will. And that's a very, very substantial risk. In Australia, we're sort of immune from Fuel EU and those sort of carbon taxes prevailing. But I think we need to realize that the risk to Australia of somebody filling that space to tax carbon is very, very high. So the IMO framework to us is really key because, number one, it acknowledges the risk of not doing anything, staying with fossil fuel, but it also incentivizes those first movers to move ahead today. So, as I said, we've chartered ships which will run on a fuel. I was recently in China a couple of weeks ago, and it's a very different world there. The strategy is set from the top. They are going to transition to green fuels. The price of the green fuels has already come down. We're not at parity, but we're getting far closer to parity. So from my sense, the technology is ready. The IMO framework is a wonderful way to highlight the carbon cost, to bridge that and reward those with the early ambition to transition to marine fuel. So it is so important that it does arise next year, because if it doesn't, all that will happen is individual regions will just go and make their own path, and then we won't have a just distribution of some of those proceeds to some of those nation states that need that kicker as well.
Thank you, Andrew. And good to hear that the Green Pioneers is already in Belém. We have a few representatives here from the Rio de Janeiro state. Let's make sure that the Green Pioneers also coming to us to Rio in a short time. So, and a quick reminder to the audience as well, you can use the QR code here to share your questions. At the end of the panel, I will get the trickiest ones here for our dear panelists and make sure that we do a final round with questions from the audience. Now let me get back to Dan. What are the key priorities on your view for strengthening the net zero framework ahead of the 2026 vote, and to what extent the different stakeholders such as philanthropies, civil society, governments, what role can they play next year in reaching those priorities?
Well, as a philanthropy, I'll start with ourselves. We are part of a larger network called the Ocean Resilience and Climate Alliance, or ORCA, which was a $450 million funders collaborative effort across 7 different ocean climate solutions, of which Oceans 5 provides diplomatic heft and support for the other 6. And really that's, I think, where the story starts, is that it isn't just about shipping's transition, we're trying to tell a story that includes major components of offshore wind. I had a wonderful conversation with the environmental planner for the city of Santos this morning, where we got into a long discussion about the importance of mangroves in the area immediately around some of the ports from a resilience and blue carbon standpoint. This is a transition that involves everybody, and I think the more, from a philanthropy perspective, that we can support telling that story properly, we can inform a lot of stakeholders, and I think generate a lot more interest in this process. I think for the longest time, the International Maritime Organization flew under the radar for many people and many folks. The first many may have heard that it even existed was when the Ever Given got stuck in the Suez Canal. And is the shipstuck.com is still a live website, probably the most informative and useful piece of media for maritime of all time. And I think it prompted a lot of other people to pay attention. That attention's never gone away. And I think now that the framework is real, on the table, and has been agreed but not adopted, we have a year to truly mobilize that activity. And I think that's where we turn to civil society and government and all levels of government. Not to give Alyssa and the work of C40 Cities too much of a shout here, but this is an area where national governments need to be hearing it from across the board, that this is both important to them, because this is fundamentally now a political discussion that we're having. And it means we have to start with ensuring that countries understand that they have a vested stake in here, that their ports have already made commitments and investments into it, that fuel providers are already looking into investments, as Andrew said, in many cases into developing countries that would benefit from the IMO's net zero fund in terms of infrastructure investments, in terms of rewards for their ships, in terms of a just and equitable transition. And I think it finally means at the government level, they have a role to play in talking to each other. And I think this is the last place where philanthropy can potentially help. Convenings like this are so important. COP30 is so important. The C40 pre-convening here and the business summits are all really important, because the more we get governments in communication with each other, the less the kind of threats that were deployed last month will have effect. The higher the level of agreement, the more consensus. As you say, you give ambitious people a kick, they'll come back stronger, and they've got a lot more fight in them for next year to get ready for. So I think that's all to say, get out the vote.
And do you think in this context, I mean, national and regional regulation will play an even more important role, I mean, in this next year?
I could see that being true, yes. And I think that's the main point that IMO and a lot of other countries have to take seriously, is that this is a global industry benefits from a global solution. If that does not happen, we will see more regions step up. And in that regard, a funny math exercise for you all is the US trade regulator, USTR, it unilaterally imposed a fee on ships either made in China or operated by Chinese government or by Chinese entities. That fee was a magnitude higher than any cost for an equivalent voyage from, say, Shanghai to Los Angeles would have been. To make that voyage, you're talking potentially at a low tier under the net zero framework, you're talking about a fee in the 100,000 plus range, to the tune of a $5 million fee when your container ship arrives in port in Los Angeles. So this unilateral imposition is bullying. It's a technique that has no place in the international community. And again, if that's how this is going to get played, regions will step up in the meantime. And I think the sooner we all can move ahead with this discussion, the better.
Thank you, Dan. And Beatriz, in that same sense, what else is needed at the regional or national level in terms of policy or collaboration to advance the adoption of e-fuels? And how is your organization, how is NYK contributing to this transition?
Yes, I understand that the current outcome of latest meeting at the IMO were kind of a bump in a way, but it hasn't changed our main goals in the long run. So basically, we understand that we have been in touch with different governments. So on the other hand, I believe it's very important for the world to have a common regulation. So it's okay to have a bump on the way, but in the long run, it's very important, because world regulations like IMO guidelines, they are super important for giving a standard to the shipping industry, and guidelines, and also to help competition somehow. So once we have very firm guidelines, everyone can adopt it. But in the meantime, I believe it's very important also to follow up Africa and Europe and other countries, what they are doing. And how can I say, I believe it's very important for the main leading companies to have some flexibility in order to understand how to adapt the strategy through these changes. And well, there's a Omani proverb that says, one hand can clap. So I believe that through collaboration with our partnerships, and we will be able to find the common solutions to this all these challenges. So through partnerships, common investments. So I believe that we would have more time to strengthen relationships and to discuss better about our problems. Thank
The
you.
green shipping corridor is a good example. I mean, for collaboration, is that not possible if there's no a cross-sector collaboration, regional collaboration, and so just a very good example on what you're bringing, right?
Yes, and actually events like this, it's important. So we are talking here, but it's also very important for us to discuss with everyone that's here, and so that we can listen to different ideas and to, you know, innovation comes from common discussions and listening to ideas differently from you. So I believe that this is a way of making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. And Lisa, coming back to C40 and the port city collaboration, what role can port city collaboration play in accelerating the uptake of zero-emission fuels and shore power infrastructure, which is something very important, particularly in advance of the 2026 IMO vote?
Yeah, thank you, Eduardo. And I must say thank you, Dan, for the shout out on the local government voices being brought forward into the global dialogue on shipping decarbonization. This is something that the world has been missing, and it is something that we're working on bringing forward into the IMO process, into the global discussions, negotiations on fuels and other port decarbonization technologies. Because again, port cities have the grasp on local realities, on the feasibility of projects and implementation and the timelines, right? And if we are making these global political decisions without these implementers, then they're not really moving forward. So, I think one of the things to answer your question is port cities need to have a voice in this global dialogue. I think they have a critical role in informing the net zero framework, in being able to move it forward and help it get adopted. But also, even more importantly, in the actual implementation guidelines. Like, how do we build these projects? How do we make sure that there is enough, supply for those new fuels? Where do they come from? The way the new fuels are going to be produced and delivered to the ports looks very different from how we've been dealing with fossil fuels, right? Some of the new players are going to come in the market where port cities that have no business in producing fossil fuels are now going to be able to produce clean fuels, right? So the dynamic is going to change, and these players need to be included. So that's, I think, one thing that's really important. On the port city collaboration side, that's a really crucial element for the work we do and for where we see action happening today. Green shipping corridors, as you mentioned, Eduardo. And again, I know there's a session on green corridors later on, so I don't want to steal the thunder. But one of the corridors we've been supporting for the last 4 years is the LA Long Beach Shanghai Green Shipping Corridor, which has just achieved its 2025 milestone by having methanol ships on the water and bunkering projects for clean fuels. Shanghai already has bunkering projects in place and has been bunkering green methanol for over a year. California is starting to develop the pilot project for bunkering methanol in San Pedro Bay ports area. So a lot of really tangible progress is happening on green shipping corridors. Again, there's no global requirement for LA, Long Beach, Shanghai to do anything. There's no national requirement for these ports to do anything, right? It's coming from them. It's coming from their actually city leadership has been involved in making this corridor happen in the first place. So I think in some corridors, cities play a very important role, and as leaders, as conveners, as kind of like the ecosystem anchors. But again, that's a really good example of locally led action that is converting into, you know, very tangible things and progress that's happening right now. So I think that's, you know, that's important, and we'll talk more about this later in the day in the Green Corridor session. The other thing I wanted to bring up is on a city-port collaboration. Something that, you know, we're also looking at is there are very distinct pathways for port cities to realize the energy transition, right? And the world of ports and port business is changing because ports have to rethink their role in the global energy system, right? Not just from the point of having shore power or having clean fuels, but also what do they handle? It's no longer going to be coal and oil and fossil fuels, right? We're moving away from that. What are we shipping? What's the role of ports in the global energy system? And, you know, that is, I think, one area that's really unique to where city-port collaboration is really important, because in order for ports to realize this transition and really reap the benefits of it, they need to work together with the city governments. We recently published a report, just to add to more good literature out there, called Ports as Clean Energy Hubs, and it looks at 3 pathways for ports to undergo this change. One is electrification, so looking at how do ports become hubs for electrification, and not just for ships, but also for cargo handling equipment, also for trucks, in some cases also for public transport. Then the second pathway looks at the clean fuels. How do ports become clean fuel hubs? So how do you transition from handling oil and gas to handling ammonia, methanol, and other clean fuels? And the third one is, you know, the role of ports in the offshore wind, which I think is another really interesting piece and a pathway for ports to really work together with their cities to play an important role in enabling the transition, because you cannot deploy offshore wind without having ports be central part of building it, installing it, maintaining it. So I know there's been some great developments in Brazil with Port of Açu, looking into the offshore wind support. I think that's a really, really important pathway for port cities to consider together. So anyways, I guess to sum it up, there's a lot of incredible potential for city-port collaboration, and without working together, they can really unlock these opportunities and have a comprehensive strategy and delivery for those projects to take place.
And this is a huge opportunity for countries like Brazil, right? I mean, that benefits from a renewable grid, and thinking about electrification. This is something that is still in the early stages here in Brazil, but we have been working this also in Açu, and we see a lot of potential, not only for Açu, but other ports in Brazil to really leverage on our differentials here from the energy matrix that we have in the country. Thank you. We'll come back also to this point where ports are becoming solution providers for hard-to-abate sectors, not only the shipping sector, thinking about also the steel industry and other hard-to-abate sectors. Andrew, please, as a company investing in both green fuel production and vessel technology, what alignment do you need to see between fuel production and vessel deployment to make the business case work? And what role can policy play in bridging any gaps?
Well, the challenge that we face is people who have been bold enough out there to contract ships to run on ammonia. The engine manufacturers have pivoted, and then people say, well, there's no fuel availability as well. So we somehow need to tie up those 2 factors so that they can meet close to each other. It would never be perfect. We can see today that you can buy within Asia green ammonia today, in fact, and buy sizable volume next year as well. So we believe that slowly there is a convergence of when the technology, which is ready, is going to be hitting the water, and when that green ammonia is also going to be hitting the water as well. But this is where we need the policy, as Eduardo said, we need this policy bridge to give those people confidence to invest in the shipping. By invest, it doesn't necessarily mean new building. We believe that the conversion market is going to be quite strong for shipping. Therefore, that would allow an earlier delivery of the assets onto the water. And we also need to have the readiness for the fuel as well. I think, as Alicia very, very clearly articulated, this is an amazing opportunity for Brazil and other countries as well. The people participating, for example, in the fuel supply and ammonia fueling are not for example, ammonia, are not the same companies that have been traditionally supplying fuel oil for shipping as well. These are new companies. In China, the people that are supplying the ammonia and actually going to do the logistic, building and developing 200 ammonia trucks in this year, another 2,000 next year, is not a company that's traditionally done the logistics for bunkering as well. So this is a fantastic opportunity for new groups to come onto the stage and do that. The risk I see for ports and also for this overall framework is we have this term fuel agnostic because we've got to keep many, many people happy and calm from the LNG, the biofuels, the ammonia, and the methanol. I actually believe this agnosticism is the biggest risk to the IMO framework. I think we have to be honest with ourselves. The e-fuels, the fuels without carbon, the fuels that still have carbon that are still being promoted and potentially not subsidized but benefit from this framework as well, they do need to be called out. So amongst this whole connectivity, the biggest connection we need is we need to reward those e-fuels at the best possible way and the earliest possible way, because we have not had the privilege of subsidies. We haven't been fuel oil and so forth that's been subsidized for years. We need that subsidy, we need that kicker now to come into the system. And I think this is really most important for me. If we talk too generally about making it very, very fair and being fair to all fuels, we will not make progress. We have to make it much, much fairer to those green fuels, because the first step is quite high. The incremental steps are quite small, but if we can't get that leg up, that first step, that initial capex, it makes things very difficult. But having said that, Fortescue, we've taken the lead. Some of the Japanese owners as well have taken the lead. They've chartered ships. They're confident that the green molecule is coming next year, but it's going to cost us. So I think we're bold enough to make those decisions. We definitely need the IMO, not just as to say we're going to be fair agnostically to everybody. We need a far fairer system for the e-fuels. And that was supposed to be in the small print for the IMO. Now we have to discuss this simultaneously with the large print. So let's see.
Thank you, Andrew. And then come back here for specific on Brazil right now. How can first movers countries like Brazil help demonstrate leadership and create momentum for maritime decarbonization during this critical period?
Yes. Yeah, I think the first step is to show up the way that they showed up last month. There was a tremendous diplomatic effort by Brazil to try and get this over the line, and I think that was truly commendable. And we have, I think, next year the circumstances may be different, but that same level of intensity, eloquence, and passion that we saw is really important to sustain. And I think that's first point one, is just this is an agreement that Brazil had a major hand in negotiating, and that is a form of leadership itself. And one that they should continue to take that role and ownership and work on. The second piece will be demonstrating the art of the possible. And I think that's going to be supporting the kind of investments that are happening in Açu, in Santos, and other places around Brazil, not just in the shipping component itself, but in the transition around the ports, as you discussed, around expanding the amount of renewable power and potential that's on field. Because the big part of this conversation that I think Andrew's getting to is fuel anxiety is going to be one of the major discussions down the road that we can foresee at the IMO. And this is something that I think isn't unfair. It's, if we get back into a space where this is a very technical heavy conversation, one of the critical documents that was produced that made the IMO agree to, by consensus, its net zero strategy for 2050, which includes indicative checkpoints that are quite robust for 2030 and 2040, if not fully 1.5 aligned, depending on how we count and structure, was a fuel availability study by Ricardo, Energy and Environment. And that study was fuel agnostic, but it looked at all of the available options on the table to see what could be pushed the furthest and the hardest. And that really comes down to local investment now. Really comes down to ensuring that the green molecules are available and are there for our ship owners when the regulatory framework comes into effect. Another year goes by, if for whatever reason the discussion takes longer, the more that argument will be leveraged against any global framework here. The more we will see regional fracturing, the more we'll see some winners and some losers in a way that perpetuates injustice in our current maritime framework and system without actually providing any of the benefits that we need to see go broader. So that's, I think, another zone where it's both invest at home, it's, as in the case of Brazil in particular, talk to other ambitious countries, talk to ambitious regions like the Pacific, the Caribbean, many of the African states that are also struggling to make those same investments or struggling to make the case both at home why they should support this framework and abroad to each other as they figure out how to react to a pressurized environment. And I think the last point I'd say is a lot of how this sort of thing comes together traditionally is in a space like the Our Ocean Conference, where you can make a commitment. I would anticipate that we're going to have one in Mombasa next year in Kenya. I think the dates are still a little TBD, but I would still expect that this is going to be an excellent midpoint for countries like Brazil to step forward with full-throated commitments of action, full-throated commitments of real investment, dollar down on the table activity, and that can again be at the local level all the way up to the national level, and then to talk to their counterparts at that event and really work to firm up support, hear their concerns when they're real, dismiss the ones that are just bullshit, and move us along, because there's so much work to be done. We have rewards to get right. We have to tune those properly for the fuels like e-fuels that have tremendous potential in the long term. We have to tune what fuels are even being rewarded based on their carbon footprint. I think those are all excellent components that, again, at the technical level, the countries should still be championing. But I think the big thing is just think global, act local.
Perfect. And now, Beatrice, we were discussing yesterday, and you shared great examples of how NYK is leading the way on the maritime energy transition. You mentioned about the vessel conversion and other projects and examples. Could you share more light on what the company is doing?
Sure. We have invested so far up to $1 billion in decarbonization. And I believe that in order to make things happen, companies need to invest in technology. So we do have 2 technology institutes. One is the Mono Jacobi Technology Institute, and the other one is the Marine Science Institute. So based on, by investing on those companies, we can work on solutions to our customers and to the shipping community. And recently we developed a new business development area, so focusing not only in shipping business, but also in the full supply chain. So for example, with regards to vessels conversion, which will be a thing, as you mentioned, we do have some engineering team now working on these kind of projects. Before that, we used to rely only in dry docks, but now we are also using our own technology in order to boost this kind of actions. We already have a tugboat, ammonia tugboat that already had 10 bunkerings so far in Japan. So it's already a reality. We do have methanol carriers carrying methanol and methanol-fueled vessels, besides LNG dual-fuel vessels and so on. So by 2026, we aim to deliver our ammonia dual-fuel vessels as well. So I believe that there's a lot to be done, and we are doing that. And I believe that the most important thing for me here is to share that these kind of technologies don't need to be only in Japan. So one of my roles here is to develop Brazilian market as well for NYK Group. So I invite any one of you that would like to hear more about what we are doing and how we can support your industry. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Beatrice. And moving back here to Elisa, and C40 cities represents urban centers worldwide. What examples of port city leadership have you seen that could serve as models for Brazil and other nations in advancing maritime decarbonization?
Yeah, so and actually, as Dan said, I agree. I think Brazil has been showing up in so many ways and showing leadership in so many ways, and there are great examples that we talked about today. The new green shipping corridor between Port Açu and Antwerp, the fuel projects, the offshore wind projects. I think there's actually a lot that Brazil can model to other countries. But as far as examples within our network of 97 cities, I think I would single out the green corridors again and say, those are really great examples of very tangible and impactful city-port collaboration, where we're seeing clean ships on the water and clean fuel bunkering projects on land. So I would say, the projects we've been involved in and supporting, LA, Long Beach, Shanghai, and also the one with Singapore, those are really, I think, good models and really good models for collaboration. And I think, at this point, the corridors have been around for a few years, and there's a lot to learn from those projects that have sort of developed and started to deliver on their targets. So one thing I'd say, it's good to learn what has worked and what hasn't worked, and what was the timing of prioritizing of different activities, because corridors can be very time consuming. It's you have a lot of stakeholders from different parts of the value chain to deal with. You're convening people, it's a lot of work. So good to learn sort of the steps in the process, which stakeholders do you want to engage and when. And no, it's not just communities, it's not just the fuel producers, they're also permitting and regulatory agencies at different levels. So all of those things kind of have to be thought through. So I think, the LA, Long Beach, Shanghai, and Singapore corridors are really good examples from our kind of ecosystem of where things have been moving forward on time, on schedule, and I think there's some good lessons to be learned from them. On the electrification side, I think there are plenty of great examples of port cities around the world that have 100% shore power. Shanghai would be one. Some other larger ports, I guess, would be LA, Long Beach. They also have 100% shore power capability now for all of their container ships. And and I think there are many other good examples where electrification strategies apply not just to vessels, but again, some of the multi-use applications for trucks and other on-land vehicles.
I would just mention, as you brought the topic, that these pilot projects, they are really sharing lessons learned from several and pointing out to guidelines and things that we need to really deep dive on. We were discussing at the IPH level about the safety guidelines that we will need to deploy for storing, for instance, ammonia in ports if they're connected to cities, and that's something that's at some point brand new for a lot of ports and cities around the world, right?
Right. And yeah, and I think, good point here. I think there are some existing technical guidelines, safety guidelines, technical guidelines that already exist, right? And we should take them from the first movers and learn them and learn from them. But I think there are other non-technical things that we need to be aware of, right? That might be sort of more soft knowledge, so not the technical data, but things that have worked in practice and have been tried and trialed by someone else that could apply to your project, right? So again, I think learning from the best practices out there, which are widely available through, I think, IAPH and also through our network called Green Ports Forum. I think any network out there is willing to share knowledge and collaborate and make sure that that information goes to good use.
Thank you. Now, Andrew, back to you. In our last question, before I go to the audience questions here, what opportunities do you see for collaboration between fuel producers, technology providers, and shipping operators to accelerate the maritime energy transition over the next year?
I think what's become very clear from this forum today is the green shipping corridor is coming back. I think there's been perhaps a year or so where the appetite for these green corridors has been a little bit lackluster, but now it is very clear there are some very, very passionate green corridors out there. My personal one happens to be Port Hedland to China. It's very clear that we have R2 to Antwerp. We have other ones developing from South Africa, Namibia to Antwerp and to Rotterdam as well. So I think this is really, really important. But these are not just collaboration forums. You can see that we want to strive for a global framework under the IMO. It's evident that there are going to be regional traits. If we can keep those regional traits to the green corridors, I think that is really, really good, because we can show Port Hedland to China, it's a $1 billion trade route. We can show that it can work. Probably no more than 20 stakeholders are involved in that whole process. So there's a massive result, and I'm guessing Antwerp and Brazil is much the same as well. I think this is a really, really key direction. But we have one caution here, I think, as also Elisa slightly picked up on, is this is an opportunity to share across the broader group the know-how. So we can see that, I'm based in Singapore, we have our special provisions for ammonia bunkering in Singapore. They're developing them in Port Hedland. I've seen them in Rotterdam. I'm sure Antwerp have got a good set too. We're working in Port-au-Passem. I'm sure ASU also has their own set of rules and provisions. A lot of time is committed to drafting that documentation. And I think this is where we need to collaborate globally to try and simplify that. Another element which is really, really difficult to harmonize is crew training for shipping. It's quite nationalistic, the Singapore one, the Philippine one, and so forth. Collaboration isn't particularly lucrative, so people just go and do their own thing. But I think these are areas we must make sure when we have the Green Corridor discussion, it's not just about the fuel, it's not just about the ship, but it must be about the guidelines, the standards, the crew training, and those various protocols. And then you can bring it together. I'm firmly convinced that we can still drive in the course of this year the Green Corridor discussions. But when you're having those discussions, this isn't like a jolly of like-minded people having a nice discussion. There are serious things to discuss. I don't think many people, not for a little bit rude to say, within the IMO, within the shipping community, even understood the IMO framework. If they had taken the time to fully understand, and it took us time, and we're heavily involved in lobbying for this, to work out how valuable this framework can be. The multiplier effect of doing one transaction could be 5 times just sticking with oil as well. We need to understand the value, and that is understanding the opportunity. And then I think things can move quicker. So these green corridors, understand within your corridor group how to make it work. Because in Brazil, for example, we're not as competitive. You're not as competitive as China is in the production of fuel. But if you look at the numbers that we're running and that ship owners are running, you can make your projects competitive. Basically, the willingness to pay with the prospect of the carbon pricing come along is somewhat higher than what is actually feasibly or somewhat is visible at this time. So again, look at this opportunity, but have those right discussions in the Green Corridor, not just, oh, who's going to pay, the owner and the charterer. It's way beyond that. How to capture, to make sure that the value of the surplus unit is utilized properly. To be fair, it shouldn't be just within the owner's hand so he can get his 14% return. No, that surplus unit has to be there to incentivize the production of new fuels. Those NNS have to be there to make it a just transition as well. So these are all the responsibility for the green corridors. But I think outcome of today, I think I'm very, very passionate and reinvigorated that we can make these green corridors work. But let's focus on the key ones and work really, really hard at it. And I think within 2 years, we'll see demonstrated success.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Let's move now to the audience questions here. First one, it's for all the panelists. You can just jump in. And that's a good one. To what extent does the recent IMO decision of postponing the implementation of the net zero framework for another year impacts investment decision in the short term? Who wants to go first? I said I would pick the trickiest one, right?
May I? Okay, so with regards to the market itself, I believe that in the short term, eventually some bunkering supply projects may be delayed because of that. So this is my belief. But in the long run, I believe that serious companies would kind of follow through. And so, but basically on the short term, this would be my guess. Thank you.
I didn't want to go first because as a philanthropy rather than a business, it didn't quite feel right for us to advise on that point. But what I would say is that the delay is just that. It is the delay for a year. The meeting was adjourned, but a lot of the work continues. And behind the framework itself, the IMO still has its overall commitment to the strategy of net zero by 2050. So I think, again, read the constellation. Some discussions, as Beatrice just said, may be put off for a little bit of time, but not much further than that.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I'm not a finance person, so I won't, and also we have an announcement coming up tomorrow, so I can't say much until the announcement is made, but we, C40, together with IAPH and the World Bank, have been working on a very important initiative that helps unlock sustainability capital for port decarbonization projects. Now, the announcement will be out tomorrow. We'll be making it at the World Mayor Summit. But I think what's important to note here is that despite the delays, and yes, there's definitely, it's going to impact how the investors are looking at the timing of investing in clean fuels. The efforts are being made not just at the city level, but at the industry level, at the finance sector level. Like, lenders need to deploy the capital. Banks need to deploy the capital towards clean port projects, right? Not just fuels, electrification, and other things. And so, we're moving forward with making sure that there are conditions for that to happen, right? And I think it is important, again, to note that we need to focus on ambition over delay. It's a delay, it's a pause, it's not a pivot, right? Hopefully it's just a year, but I think, again, making sure that we keep what we can moving forward and delivering and working together across sectors so that this is a cohesive effort is really important.
Thank you. You want to go, Andrew, or just?
I think one outcome from the IMO, if you look at the cost of green fuels over the last 2 years, without the prospect of the IMO and the surplus units, you could see the cost significantly coming down due to technology, particularly in PEM technology, production of hydrogen. So on the flip side to the IMO delay, I actually think it's an opportunity because I think investment decisions in a year's time are going to be around a different price of fuel, a different type of technology, a more efficient technology. So I believe that we won't call it a breathing space because we've all got to work really, really hard. But I think the economics will look very, very different in a year's time, which I will believe will be more supportive to the vote in October next year. Dare I also say, I think the climate imperative will probably be clearer, as was highlighted at the beginning of today's forum as well. So two things moving together, but from an investment perspective, I think the numbers are going to continually change, favorable for a transition over the next 12 months without the surplus units.
Yes. Another one here is for Dan or Andrew, but I think we can also hear from all the panelists. How far could biofuels feature in maritime decarbonization pathway? And this is a very relevant agenda for Brazil as well. So happy to hear from you.
I was trying to start again. Well, I believe that biofuels are very important for smaller ships like Handymaxes and Supramaxes. We have already completed 100 bunkering of biofuels so far. And yeah, so basically, and there are companies, shipping companies that are not able to, at the moment to invest in zero fuels like ammonia or to invest in technology. So I believe that it's a very useful tool for the time being, for smaller ships, for different sizes of companies and investments. So I believe that's this is it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting question, and it's one of the ones that I think gets handled partly through the life cycle assessment guidelines right now, which is honestly quite a startling piece of work that's come together around what the sustainability of the upstream and downstream looks like. And as long as that's tuned properly, and as long as we're actually able to account for how this is structured, yeah, there does seem to be quite a bit of promise to how biofuel would work in this transition. Even looking into the long term, you'd have a component of bio that has to do with the pilot fuels, even on some of the, even in the long-term transition. I do think we need to be very careful and study it closely to make sure that that's actually being certified properly and that it's actually that the right types of fuels are being incentivized. But I think there's still tremendous potential there. And strangely, that's one of the arguments that has resonated well within many portions of the United States. There was a weirdly conversational and supportive hearing about a month and a half prior to the IMO discussion on the net zero framework in September, where multiple Republican-led states, senators, all from landlocked states, cheerfully discussed the prospects for it. This is an area where there's tons of expertise, and as long as it's not coming at greater cost to food security and other environmental degradations, it should definitely be part of the discussion here.
It is a transition fuel. I think it's been it's a key part of the Brazilian economy and from Malaysian economy as well, which are key proponents or key parties to the IMO framework. My concern, if you go around to your average typical ship owner who's a little bit agnostic, will sit on the fence and say, oh, it's okay, we'll just go and get biofuel. But look very, very carefully. You go and use B24, for example, you're not going to get much reward from the surplus units. And I do think that the market is not yet pricing the biofuel forward curve very effectively, because biofuel doesn't just compete within the shipping space. So it's great for the producer, because I think the uplift in pricing is going to be pretty significant, because we've got aviation, which is mandated, we've got other transport fuels which are being mandated as well. So my caution to shipping will be, don't do nothing and rely on biofuels. I appreciate smaller ships, complex routes, random routes are much more difficult to program, fuels like ammonia or methanol and so forth, but do not rely on biofuels being cheap, because I think the biggest risk with biofuels, provided that they at least have their sustainability credentials, is they're going to become very scarce. The feedstock is competitive with other transport sectors, and then you're going to find yourself high and dry paying a very high carbon tax on your fuel oil because you haven't got an alternative. So I think there has to come a big caution with relying on biofuels, even as a transition fuel.
I would like to say in addition that on top of biofuel trials, it's also very important to have a good study after the trials. So, and then to keep good quality of the product as the transition solution, as you just said. Yes, so just wanted to mention that in addition. Thank you.
So we are reaching the end of our first panel here. Thank you very much, Alissa, and Beatriz, Andrew. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists here. And I'll hand over to Aline.
Thank you.
Continue the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator and panelists for those valuable insights into regulatory frameworks and global coordination. Before we break, let's take a picture all together. So I would like to ask you to stand up. We will now take a break. Refreshments are available in the foyer. And please be back by 11:30. Thank you. See you soon. Welcome back. Our next session presents the findings of Port of Açu Antwerp-Bruges Green Corridor Study. Please welcome Cato Cole, Manager of the Climate Aligned Industries Program, Rock Mountain Institute, and Eleanor Criswell, Senior Project Manager, Global Maritime Forum. For the joint presentation, Port of Açu as a zero-emission fuels hub and the Green Corridor with Antwerp-Bruges. They will share how strategic port partnerships can anchor zero-emission fuel production and trading. Ladies, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. And thank you very much, Aline, for a kind intro. As I will tell you a little bit about RMI's shipping team, as John already told you about RMI as a whole. And our shipping team works on clean energy advancement through collaboration with ports, shipping companies, financiers, and other stakeholders. And we work on green corridors, port fuel supply strategies, book and claim system, and shipping policy. And Els will tell us now a little bit about the Global Maritime Forum.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Els from the Global Maritime Forum. And GMF was established only about 8 years ago, and we're a not-for-profit working specifically on maritime trade. But we're particularly interested in the future of global seaborne trade and thinking about its long-term economic sustainability as well as human sustainability as well. So we do projects across decarbonization, human well-being, so with seafarers, and we also host an annual summit every year, which we actually just had a couple of weeks ago in Antwerp, which brings together over 200 senior leaders from both industry and government. And I'll be kicking us off. So I'm going to take us through, at a high level, green corridors as a concept, and talking a little bit about how we got to where we are on this pre-feasibility study. So we know that e-fuels, electrofuels like e-ammonia and e-methanol are essential to getting us to net zero, but we need to focus on them right now to ensure that they're sufficiently scaled by 2050. And a lot of the puzzle pieces are fitting together. So there are more than 300 dual-fuel methanol and ammonia vessels in the order books. There's over 10 million tons of green methanol and ammonia, which will be under development by 2030. Safety guidelines and demonstrators at ports are on their way. And as we heard this morning, the global regulation that will further incentivize and reinforce the uptake of e-fuels is anticipated to be adopted next year. But there are lots of challenges. And we've pulled out 3 in particular that we consistently hear, and I'm sure that many of you are familiar with. The first is supply chain and scale. So electrolyzer, green hydrogen, scalable zero-emission fuels are increasing in their volumes, and several projects are reaching final investment decision. But there remains significant uncertainty and barriers in getting those projects to reach the scale that we need. Secondly, cost gap. We're seeing lower and lower costs of these fuels come out in price discovery in particular regions around the world. But even at the lowest cost we're seeing, they're still double the price of conventional fuel oil. And lastly, offtake risk, so the demand side of the equation. And this really impacts the bankability of production projects in particular. And this is where we see that classic chicken and egg problem, where both demand and supply are looking for signals from each other to start moving, and no one is willing to do so until they do. But we think that green shipping corridors can really help to address some of those barriers. Green shipping corridors are specific routes between 2 countries or 2 ports, which look to explore and then make a switch to zero-emission fuels and technologies. And they do this by bringing together both public and private stakeholders, so governments and industry, within initiatives. And they respond to some of those challenges that I just mentioned through the coordination and aggregation of demand, seeking to overcome that chicken and egg problem and building the case for investment in the supply chain. They respond to costs through risk and cost sharing, bringing together the value chain to respond to that challenge and maximize the likelihood of incentives in the near term as well. I wanted to just take a step back for a minute and really emphasize why we think green shipping corridors matter right now. And this is because different activities are crucial at different stages of the global low-carbon shipping transition. So this looks very similar for many sectors, but for shipping specifically, we're currently in the emergence phase of the transition. And this is characterized or should include actions around the coordinated development and testing of new technologies. And that's really to accelerate learning and best practice sharing. And then we move into the diffusion stage, and we expect that to happen around 2030 or after. And this is where there should be a coordination of policies that's focused on expanding the technologies that were tested in the emergence phase to really bring down costs and increase economies of scale. And then lastly, the reconfiguration stage. And this is where the incumbent way of doing things really shifts completely, and there's penetration through the full market. And so this emergence phase here, where we're currently at, is where green shipping corridors are particularly crucial. And that's why we want to focus on that today. So green shipping corridors are something that lots of people agree can help to respond to those barriers and those challenges. And there are over 80 green shipping corridor initiatives globally now. And actually, these stats are from our very soon-to-be released Green Corridor Progress Report, which the Global Maritime Forum does every year and is coming out this year in a couple of weeks. So very up-to-date statistics there. And we have the development pathway here on the top. I have a clicker here. On the top right. And we can see that most initiatives are falling in the late exploration, early preparation phases. So really coming onto those important commercial decisions that are going to get zero-emission vessels on the water. Geographically, most of these initiatives at the moment are in the global north, are in the northern hemisphere. And so that's why we're really excited to be here today, in particular in Brazil. And then energy sources. So one really important component of green shipping corridors is deciding which fuel to focus on to accelerate its uptake. More than half of the initiatives that have been announced have not yet decided on which fuel or fuels they're going to focus on. And I think this is a reflection of the fact that a huge amount of these green shipping corridors are being announced. There's lots of increasing interest around them. The second largest majority are focusing on one fuel, and the largest proportion of that group are focusing on either methanol or ammonia. But I want to focus in on a subsection of these green shipping corridors, and they are green e-fuel export corridors. And unlike traditional classic green shipping corridors, you could say, where the commodity that is focused on could be iron ore or cut flowers or coffee, and you focus on decarbonizing the vessels that that commodity runs on. In this case, the commodity itself is the e-fuel, and the ship itself also runs on that e-fuel. So the supply chain could look something like this. We have an e-fuel producer over here in a country that's producing globally competitively priced e-fuel. We have an exporting port that is capable of bunkering that fuel. And then we have the ship itself that's both carrying the fuel and is powered by the fuel. And then the importing port in a country where the demand for that fuel is significant. And then the e-fuel off-takers, which could be another shipping company to use those fuels in their ships, or it could be another industrial sector, for example. So the last slide before I hand over to Kato is just reiterating something that John mentioned this morning, and that's the Oceans of Opportunity report that we did last year between GMF and RMI. Of course, not only its namesake of the event today, which is very exciting, but also highlighted in particular the Port of Açu as a high potential e-fuel export hub. So Kato will say a little bit more about that now. Thanks.
Thank you, Els, for that great overview. That tees me up perfectly to share the results of the pre-feasibility analysis we have done on the high potential green corridor, the e-fuel export corridor out of Açu to Antwerp that you've heard a lot about today. The study findings that I'll be sharing with you today are based on desk research, cost and policy impact modeling, and stakeholder interviews. And as part of the presentation, I will tell you about Brazil's production fundamentals, Açu's fuel production volumes and related costs, Europe's and Antwerp's e-fuel demand, the green premium of the e-fuels and policy impact of EU and IMO potential policy, social economic benefits of the opportunity, as well as Brazil's regulatory context and recommendations. So to start with Brazil's production fundamentals, Brazil and its industrial hubs are well positioned to support the production of significant amounts of e-fuels due to very strong production fundamentals. A key production advantage of Brazil is the amount of reliable, low-cost renewable energy and a largely decarbonized grid with primarily hydro, but increasingly solar and wind contributions. Given that renewables can comprise roughly 50% of hydrogen's levelized costs, this is a significant benefit. Brazil is also well positioned to procure low-cost electrolyzers, as they are now primarily produced at the lowest cost in China, and Brazil has great diplomatic and trade relations with China. It is well positioned to have access to those electrolyzers. Then Brazil also has a unique access to sustainable biogenic carbon, a limited resource from bioenergy, bioethanol, and pulp and paper plants, among others. This enables the production of e-methanol, which requires a carbon component. And that's, as we've heard before today, a key fuel that the shipping sector requires to decarbonize. Additional production fundamentals include, as John already mentioned in his talk earlier, the ample land and freshwater resources, multiple ports that can act as industrial and export hubs, and an increasingly supportive regulatory environment. And if we're now zooming into the port of Açu itself, we see that Açu is one of Brazil's and Latin America's largest fully private deep water port industrial complexes, spanning 130 million square meters. 90 million square meters out of that is industrial area, and the remainder is designated to an environmental reserve called Carrara. Açu has direct marine routes to Europe and other key fuel offtake markets, supported by world-class port infrastructure, able to cater large-scale vessels. Furthermore, it has 3.5 gigawatts of grid capacity available to power new industrial hydrogen and e-fuel developments. There are abundant local resources, including that same water resource that we mentioned about Brazil, both reuse and other sources, and large biogenic CO2 potential. Then there's also a liquids terminal under development by VAST that is purpose-built for e-fuels. So the rich infrastructure and stakeholder ecosystem at the port of Açu allow for speedy development of partnerships and facilities, which is a key advantage in moving quickly in the energy transition. Now, to look at the e-fuel projects that have been announced at the port of Açu to date, we see a significant amount of e-fuel in the pipeline. We see that HIF Global has announced an e-methanol project of 800,000 tons of methanol per year, e-methanol per year. And then there are 4 announced projects that could produce ammonia with plant volumes up to 2.5 million tons per annum by 2035. So together, these projects represent over 3 million tons of e-fuel per year capacity at Açu alone. Out of these volumes, 200,000 tons of methanol and 400,000 tons of ammonia are projected to come online by 2030 already. If these projects succeed, Brazil and Açu could become key contributors to the global e-fuel market by 2030. As you all know, an important factor in successfully developing e-fuel projects is, of course, demand. Near-term e-fuel demand will concentrate in markets with existing industrial clusters and supportive regulatory environments. Europe has both of those factors, and that is why Europe is an excellent candidate as the importing e-fuel region for the green e-fuel export corridor. The supportive e-fuel mechanisms in Europe include the EU Emission Trading Scheme, or ETS, which increases fossil shipping fuel costs for use of incumbent fuels for EU calling vessels. Then there is Fuel EU Maritime, which mandates the use of low carbon fuels and penalizes non-compliance. And then there's the H2 Global mechanism, which is a double auction mechanism, which is designed to cover the cost gap between the incumbent fuels and e-fuels. Beyond this regulatory support, EU is home to hard-to-abate sectors that require hydrogen and its derivatives to decarbonize. The EU's maritime, refining and fertilizer sectors combined are projected to have an annual demand of 11.7 million tons of ammonia and 3.7 million tons of e-methanol by 2035. The port of Antwerp-Bruges is the EU's second largest bunkering hub and EU's largest petrochemical cluster. It hosts major industrial activity across these three sectors that I just mentioned, and expects to capture around 15% of Europe's volume that you see here in front of you. And beyond servicing those sectors that are active in the port, they also service inland Belgium, as well as a part of Germany. And the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, who is not incidentally a co-organizer of this summit, has demonstrated great leadership, as we already heard in the keynotes this morning, in promoting the adoption of hydrogen and its derivatives in its port across sectors. All these factors combined make the Port of Antwerp-Bruges a desirable import partner for the e-fuel export corridor out of Assou. So looking at the actual corridor, it would look like this. As mentioned before, by 2030, we would be looking at 200 tons of e-methanol and 400,000 tons of e-ammonia. Roughly 5 to 10% of that fuel will be used as transport fuel for transporting the e-fuel to Antwerp. And by using e-fuel instead of incumbent fuel, this corridor could lead up to 465,000 tons of CO2 equivalent emission abatement. Now, we have, you're probably curious about the business case of all this. So let's dive into the competitiveness of Assou-produced e-fuels. RMI modeling and projected costs from producers indicate that e-ammonia could be delivered to Antwerp at a cost between $878 and $1,028 per ton, out of which $700 to $850 per ton can be attributed to production costs. Comparatively, the first H2 global auction results for ammonia was won by an ammonia bid of around 1,000 euros, or 1,160 US dollars per ton of ammonia. This means that the Assou e-fuel projects are competitive with projects in some of the best locations in the world. Now we have looked at competitiveness with green ammonia from other locations. It will also be interesting to have a look at how it relates to incumbent fuels. For that exercise, please remember the green bar over here, indicating the cost of shipping the fuel to Europe. So you now see that green bar again on the right-hand side, where we zoom into the shipping cost of bringing the fuel as a cargo to Antwerp at $102 per ton on the right in green. And on the left, we see the cost of transporting the ammonia to Antwerp using conventional fuel at $53 per ton. As can be seen from this chart, there is a significant cost gap of 93% between using VLSFO and using e-ammonia for transporting the cargo. Applying the ETS penalty of an estimated €194 per ton of CO2 by 2035, it leaves a cost gap of 51%. Then, if we look at the IMO net zero framework's impact that we heard a lot about already this morning, and we see what this means on this particular route and on what it would look like in practice. So, as we've heard, the net zero framework is already agreed upon, still to be adopted next year. But what is still out to be developed are the guidelines. And as part of the guidelines, there will be estimated, or there will be decided, how much support there will be for e-fuels and net zero fuels in general. So on this slide, you see on the left-hand side, left-hand side, the impact that the penalties out of the net zero framework have on the use of incumbent fuel. So that makes it 36% more expensive to use. At the same time, there will be support, we don't know how much, for the zero-emission fuels. And in the middle bar, you see a scenario under strong zero-emission fuel support, where it could actually be 31% lower cost than the incumbent fuel under the net zero framework scenario. Or when there is minimal zero-emission fuel support, it could be 16% more expensive. The main takeaway from this slide is therefore that the IMO net zero framework has the potential to significantly reduce the cost gap and even make e-fuels the more attractive option. But say the IMO net zero framework takes a little bit longer to be adopted. We would say that all is not lost, because if you look at this impact on the added cost of the delivered commodity, and we zoom out again to the full delivered cost of cargo, we see that even with a no policy support scenario, the added cost is only 6%. And at best makes a green fuel 2% cheaper. This means that though the fuel is costlier than the use of incumbent fuel, when passed through to the customer, the difference is actually marginal. And though this is an example specific to this corridor, from our other corridor work, we see that similar conclusions can be drawn for most cargo types. Then beyond a business case for companies, there is also a business case for Brazil. Especially being a first mover in e-fuels and green corridors enables Brazil to secure market share in a new and growing global industry and help shape it in terms of standards, strategic partnership, and cost. The deployment of this new sector in Brazil will lead to more investment, technology transfer, and skilled employment. It will also help Brazil diversify commodity exports, which will in turn diversify sources of trade revenues and volume, growing Brazil's GDP and hedging against risk. E-fuels use relatively less natural resources compared to biofuels, especially in terms of land and water, which results in less strain on Brazil's natural resources for the same amount of fuel or energy produced. Then Brazil also sees this opportunity, and it has set ambitious goals to be the most competitive low-carbon hydrogen producer in the world by 2030, and to have low-carbon hydrogen hubs by 2035. It provides tax incentives through the tax benefits regime, or HYEDRO, and the Low Carbon Hydrogen Program, or PHBC. The PHBC is set to allocate tax credits totaling over 18 billion Brazilian real, or $3 billion US dollars, between 2028 and 2032. There are still ways, though, in which Brazil could strengthen its support for the development of its low-carbon hydrogen economy. First, Brazil could support or continue its support and advocation for the adoption of the IMO Net Zero framework next year, strengthening the business case for maritime decarbonization. To make sure e-fuel demand grows because of the adoption of the Net Zero framework, Brazil could help develop and advocate for guidelines that favor e-fuel adoption. That could mean including high enough awards for net zero and near zero fuels, with additional incentives for e-fuels in the Net Zero framework guidelines. Regarding Brazil's domestic regulatory mechanism, it's crucial that the government ensures streamlined, simplified, and clear processes so stakeholders don't face unnecessary hurdles in benefiting from them. Lastly, because many low-carbon hydrogen and hydrogen derivative projects will target the European market, it is critical to ensure that the EU's RFMBO requirements are met. The southeast bidding zone that ASU operates in likely meets the carbon intensity limits, but not the renewable grid threshold of 90%. If Brazil was counted as one bidding zone instead of 4 under the RFMBO, all projects in Brazil would likely comply. Brazil could pursue multiple strategies to maximize compliance for Rio and other southern projects, including advocating for the national grid to be considered a single bidding zone, or expanding expanding renewable generation, especially solar and wind, to ensure that all possible bidding zones comply with the RFMBO requirements. And to wrap us up, because you've been listening for a while, we still have a lot of work to do, as you've heard, in fostering the e-fuel economy, as e-fuel production and supply chains are still nascent and developing, and the cost gap persists between e-fuels and conventional technologies. However, Brazil's production fundamentals mean that Brazil could be a leader in e-fuel production and export, and as a first mover, the Port of Açu could secure global market share, expand exports, and lead industrial decarbonization to position itself to attract increased international investment. In terms of global policy impacts, the IMO and the EU could both be catalytic drivers in the creation of e-fuel demand and could make applications in the shipping sector viable. To further improve the viability of the e-fuel projects in Brazil and green corridors, Brazil could improve the clarity of their federal incentives, taxes, and e-fuel certifications, while also ensuring the regulations are streamlined and internationally harmonized. In addition, Brazil could support international decarbonization and e-fuel incentives, as we heard on the Net Zero framework, to strengthen the e-fuel export business case. Brazil and the Port of Açu could accelerate e-fuel development and unlock offtake opportunities through initiating or supporting green fuel export corridors, and by advancing change at the international, federal, and port level, Brazil and its hubs like Açu can demonstrate proof of concept as leaders in the e-fuel economy, supporting global shipping and wider industrial decarbonization. Thank you very much. And before we send you off to lunch, we would like to invite you to do a quick reflection, to think about what you've heard in this presentation, what sounds most compelling to you.
Yes, and we're not going to take questions from you now, but we very much want your feedback. And obviously always catch us at lunch as well, which we're just about to go into. So please use the QR code, put down your comments, your questions, your feedback that will help us to shape this next stage. It would also be great if you could just turn to the person next to you perhaps and say what you found most compelling and help us to start this conversation and continue this dialogue on this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cato and Eleanor, for demonstrating how strategic port partnership can bring e-fuels to scale. So now we have a break for lunch, hosted by the Rock Mountain Institute and the Global Maritime Forum, served in the foyer. We will reconvene at 13:30. Thank you. See you soon. Now I would like to welcome you to join me in welcoming Johanna Christensen, Chief Executive Officer, Global Maritime Forum, for our closing keynote. Johanna Christensen is co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum, an international non-profit organization committed to shaping the future of global seaborne trade to increase sustainable long-term economic development and human well-being. Johanna is also one of the architects of Global Maritime Forum's annual summit, which brings together CEOs, experts, and policymakers to co-create solutions for a sustainable future to the maritime industry, and a primary investigator of several influential initiatives, such as the Poseidon Principles and the Getting to Zero Coalition. She brings more than 20 years of experience in engaging business in collaborative efforts to create a more sustainable future. She has worked in several high-profile international organizations, including the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Johanna Christensen.
Well, I know who I want to introduce me in future, so well, first of all, hello everyone, and thank you so much for providing this opportunity to speak here today. So I've been tasked with providing some reflections on today's discussions, which I have to say is no easy task because they've been really rich. I think we've heard so many different perspectives and really insightful dialogue between experts in their respective fields. And I've also had a chance to speak with some of you in the breaks today and to really learn about the opportunities that are present here in Brazil. For me, it's the first time here, and I have to admit that it's a bit humbling because I have so much to learn, and it also makes me a bit self-conscious to be here on stage, to be totally frank. But nevertheless, here we are, and we're here on the eve of COP30. Much has been written about the poignancy of hosting next week's COP30 summit in the Amazon rainforest. But for many of us here in the room, I think Belém, like Rio, we think of it mostly and first and foremost as a port city. We know how crucial ports and shipping are to our economies and to our societies, delivering essential goods and around the world. But this sector is facing really growing uncertainty and quite unprecedented uncertainty. It's increasingly exposed to shifting geopolitics, to trade turmoil like we haven't seen it in decades, and to strains on multilateralism, as was evident in the IMO discussions a few weeks ago. This uncertainty really complicates the pathway to decarbonization. It raises the cost of capital, it delays decisions, and sometimes even such simple things as diverting attention away from the hard work of developing long-term strategies to decarbonize a fleet or a port, to tackle short-term risks such as tariffs or security risks or whatever it might be. So this is really one of the challenges that we face right now in this transition. Of course, when we talk about uncertainty, we can't help but think about the outcome of the IMO a few weeks ago. Indeed, what was meant to be a pivotal decision, and in effect became a pivotal decision in its own right on global regulation, has been delayed. But I'm glad to hear that even here today, we heard from many in the room that we're not delaying, in fact. We're using that time productively to both deepen our understanding of the framework, deepen our understanding of what it means to implement this framework, what the challenges are, but most importantly, what opportunities the framework presents. And we'll continue to press forward with action to decarbonize via means that can complement global regulation. And there's lots of opportunity for that. This was especially affirmed to me at the Global Maritime Forum's annual summit, which was held 2 weeks ago in Antwerp, in fact, and with the great support of the Port of Antwerp. Thank you for that, for those in the room from the Port of Antwerp. So my colleague Els mentioned earlier today that the Global Maritime Forum hosts this annual summit. This was the 8th time, I believe, that we hosted it. And we bring together about 250 decision makers from across the maritime sector for 2 days of intensive discussions and deliberations on the big issues facing the sector at the moment. And I have to say, I was so encouraged that by the discussions that we had. We convened the summit on the Monday after the decision or non-decision and the delay at the IMO had taken place on Friday. And so initially people came into the room and were shell-shocked, to be totally frank, and quite frustrated, and some were angry, some were sad, some were disappointed. But what we really saw happen over 2 days in the room of collective sense-making is that all the decision makers from companies really from around the world they were steadfast in their commitment that a global solution is what the sector needs, that a global solution under the IMO is the best option for the sector's long-term future, and most importantly, that their commitment to decarbonization remains as high as ever. And that's for all segments across the value chain. So for me, that is really something that I hold on to as a sort of a beacon of hope. And that's something to make sure that we continue to rally behind what we know to be necessary. There are lots of opportunities for countries to reinvigorate proceedings at the IMO through creative work on the guidelines and exploration of the benefits that the framework can deliver for individual countries, for groups of countries, etc. That's not only true for the formal negotiations under the IMO, but also through establishing what we like to call coalitions of the willing. And I'd like to spend a little bit more time on these coalitions of the willing, because they're really core to the work that we do at the Global Maritime Forum, and that we work with others, such as RMI, and many others here in the room today on. They're really premised on the idea that no stakeholder, no company, no country can solve really complex global challenges on their own, but that we need to work together with others in order to solve these systemic challenges. And so it's really about finding strategically aligned groups of countries and companies that can generate momentum for shipping even in this current geopolitical landscape. So smart coalitions, whether they are initiated by companies, by governments, or by others, such as nonprofits like RMI or the Global Maritime Forum, they can really bring together policymakers from across shipping and energy ministries, financial institutions, such as some of those we saw just on this past panel, energy producers and shipping companies, and jointly bring a range of different levers to bear that can underpin investments and other actions to take us into the right direction on shipping's decarbonizations. We can see the successes of these types of collaborations. Governments working with ports to build out infrastructure, develop safety guidelines, ready themselves for green fuels, companies working together to develop innovative solutions to key sector challenges, and the like. And indeed, industry leadership has really been such a big part of this progress already. We heard about the sector's readiness in the first panel today, I think it was. Or no, second panel, I apologize. And I think it was really encouraging to see the progress that is being made on key technologies that will be key to shipping's energy transition, and that the progress remains strong. That's on the engine technologies, on the fuel readiness. We heard about the improvement in electrolyzer performance, and how production of green hydrogen, methanol, and ammonia continues to navigate a relatively difficult landscape from a financial point of view, but nevertheless with several projects being announced and reaching final investment decision recently. So that's all very encouraging, that all of this is happening even in the face of this sort of regulatory uncertainty. Industry leadership has also been essential in the development of green shipping corridors that were mentioned earlier today already, with over 80 collaborations now at various stages of development globally. We've also heard about one of these initiatives today in the launch of the pre-feasibility study for a green fuel export corridor between Port of Vassou and Port of Antwerp-Bruges in Belgium. Now, that's super, super exciting that this is progressing, and as representing the Global Maritime Forum, we're so thrilled to be part of this work along with our partners at RMI, and we're really, really excited to further explore Brazil's really particular positioning to be a first mover in the supply and bunkering of zero-emission fuels, and capitalizing on the growing demand of these fuels in the EU. And I really want to take a moment to thank our partners at Promo Logistica, Port of Vassou, and Port of Antwerp-Bruges, and their teams for the collaboration so far and the exciting path ahead for this partnership. We really look forward to doing more together. Combining this particular opportunity within a corridor project really enables a sharing of risks that first movers face. And the pioneering of, what was it, John, you said just before, the sort of innovative solutions that are needed, innovative financing methods, innovative other methods for working together to responding to collective challenges. And indeed, this coalition will seek to address some of these challenges, whether that be around cost, availability of fuels, infrastructure, but in a really targeted context, on a route between Brazil and EU. And sometimes when we talk about why green corridors are such a powerful tool and vehicle for first movers to work together, it's really about, we're not boiling the whole ocean. We're trying to move action forward in a really limited way, and where we have the favorable conditions. And my goodness, being here today, I can really hear all the favorable conditions that exist for this particular opportunity to succeed. We heard about what the challenges are for sure, especially in this last panel. You were all incredibly optimistic and solution-oriented, so I think that's great, but nevertheless, the challenge of the cost gap between conventional fuels and e-fuels is such a tremendous obstacle to increasing uptake of these fuels. And I'm glad to hear that that there are a combination of approaches that potentially could help us de-risk or share some of these costs, be that through government support, blended finance, different lending structures, and collaboration across the value chain. So that's encouraging also, that nevertheless we can find ways forward. Of course, if adopted, the IMO's net zero framework can also respond to this challenge, and many mentioned that here today as well. Annual revenue is expected to be in the vicinity to 11 to 12 billion US dollars per year, and so disbursement of that ready to be targeted to both rewards for first movers and country support will be critically important to especially the first movers. So I want to close on what we have and what we can remind ourselves in the face of the many challenges that we see ahead of us. We have our targets really clearly articulated, and I am certainly, over the next many months, I'm going to keep reminding anybody who will listen to me that the IMO's greenhouse gas strategy remains, right? This was agreed unanimously at the IMO. a year and a half ago, I guess, at this point. 5 to 10% fuel uptake by 2030, net zero by 2050. Those targets are really clear, and let's hold on to those, as that's what we're working towards. We've also seen such good progress so far on technology, on fuels, on demand aggregation, on government policy outside of the IMO. So much progress has been made already. And we have exciting new opportunities, like the ones that are articulated in the pre-feasibility study launched here today on green fuel export corridor between Brazil and Europe. So, I mean, this for me just speaks to that we have such a strong foundation for first movers to make progress, even in the face of uncertainty, and to put us on a path towards a decarbonized future, the one that we know we all need and want, not just in shipping, but across our economy. And I really, really hope that Brazil can play a huge, critically important role in this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johanna. We are so glad to have you here. And now we move to a special moment, the signing of the ASU Antwerp Green Corridor Letter of Intent. Please welcome Eugênio Figueiredo, Chief Executive Officer, Port of ASU. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished partners. Christophe, representing the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium to Brazil. Thank you for joining us in a moment that turns vision into execution. With this letter of intent between Porto do Açu and the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, we set the course for a transatlantic green energy corridor that connects production in the south with consumption in the north. The context is clear: to meet the IMO's net zero pathway, ports must evolve from logistics nodes into energy and innovation hubs. The Oceans of Opportunity study, led by RMI and the Global Maritime Forum, provides that roadmap. It introduced the concept of zero-emission fuel export hubs and identified the Port of Açu as one of the most promising globally, combining renewable strength, industrial scale, and investment readiness. This partnership with Antwerp Bruges demonstrates that with international cooperation, we can deliver. By linking continents, we make the green molecule value chain real. By aligning policy, infrastructure, and finance, we turn ambition into outcomes. And by acting now, we help to build a sustainable and circular maritime economy. Our shared objectives is to position ASU as a global hub for zero-emission fuels, beginning with green ammonia and e-methanol, exports to Antwerp Bruges. And on the European side, Antwerp Bruges, represented here today by Christophe, is already developing ammonia storage and cracking infrastructure, converting ammonia into hydrogen for Europe's hard-to-abate industrial clusters, steel, chemicals, and heavy manufacture. This will become the primary gateway for our molecules into Europe, particularly Germany and Northern Europe, where the European hydrogen backbone is expanding to distribute imported hydrogen and its derivatives across the continent. This alignment between ASU's production capacity and Europe's infrastructure readiness makes this corridor a tangible bridge between supply and demand for zero-emission fuels. The Oceans of Opportunities study also confirms what we experienced here on the ground every day. On the Brazilian side, ASU is a true investable case and an ecosystem that delivers. We have abundant renewable power and biomass, all operating under a private port model that ensures speed, efficiency, and the highest ESG standards. There's 3.5 gigawatts of grid capacity available to power hydrogen and e-fuel projects. We already have a licensed 1 million square meter green hydrogen hub and a second hub with 4.5 million square meters is currently under licensing. Vast's liquids terminal, the TLA, it's under construction and will dedicate to ammonia and e-fuels exports as well. We also benefit from abundant water, as we have been discussing here today, from multiple and circular resources, enabling large-scale electrolysis. And perhaps most importantly, we have proven track record of execution, from GNA and Ferroport to the largest offshore support base in the world, which is operating out of ASU. We also benefit from abundant water resources from multiple and circular sources, enabling large-scale electrolysis, as I said. And in short, ASU is where ambition meets delivery, and where the energy transition is not a promise, but a reality in motion. This agreement is more than a bilateral milestone. It is a signal to the world that South and North collaboration works, that together we're proving that the energy transition can be global, equitable, and achievable, even for the hard-to-abate sectors that define industrial decarbonization. Together, we're not only moving goods across oceans, we're moving ideas, technology, and hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugenio. Now we invite Christoph Watershoot, Managing Director, Port of Antwerp, Bruges International, to address the audience. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here and happy to represent the second largest port of Europe and the largest European petrochemical cluster, as already stated this morning. For us, it's the whole idea of decarbonization is a matter of the future, a matter of survival. We are the heart of European petrochemical industry based on oil and gas, as it was constructed after the Second World War and after the reconstruction of Europe. And we're very successful in that. But for us, it's about a vision, but it's also about staying in business in growth. And that's for where we are extremely happy and proud and happy to be part of this amazing initiative and also be part of the study done by RMI and GMF. Because it means that there is a real win-win potential for this kind of partnerships. There is a real win-win for a sustainable future in shipping and in industry, because it's happening. Maybe a lot of people are skeptical from time to time and thinking, yeah, okay, there are a lot of promises of infrastructure, but where can I see it? And I can invite you to come to our port and just take the car and follow the highway from our port to the coastline, and you will see it. There you will see the hydrogen backbone under construction. They're digging, they're building. You can see terminals who are really converting storage tanks into new infrastructure. So it's happening. So that's part one. Part two is to find in a respectful way and with respect for in-country value of a country as Brazil, to find reliable partners who are going to bring their energy, their molecules to our industrial cluster. And that's why we are extremely happy to found such a partnership with Porto do Açu, because this kind of partnerships are vital for us, but I think are also vital for Açu, because they will enable the offtake guarantee of European industry, of the shipping sector, and the construction of these green shipping corridors will also give a further push to the industrial development of port complexes as Açu. So it will be a real win-win, and that's where it's about. It's for sustainability. For me, it's not only about green. It's not only about ecology, but it's also about respecting each other development, human development, industrial development, and co-create a sustainable future for us, and to contribute to this development for our planet and for our future. And that's really why I really am extremely grateful on behalf of Port of Antwerp Bruges to officially confirm and to give this strong signal to the world. It's happening in our platform, it's happening to Brazil, and together with very strong partners as Prumo Logistica and Porto do Açu, we will do whatever we can to make this corridor a huge success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium to Brazil, Chris Hornaert, to his speech.
Boa tarde to all of you. There are two things I don't like to do as the last one. Be the last one to know that one has changed the key of your house, and be the last one between you and the drinks. But still, I want to officialize a little bit also, as Christophe said, the announcement which is being made this afternoon. And what an afternoon, what a day, as a matter of fact. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a great event. Ahead of COP30, we will celebrate next week. It has been a moment that truly reflects the power of collaboration, friendship, and a shared vision. It was a kind of a state of play, a kind of perspective looking ahead. And it was one of the key words I remember is in the long run. Came back so often. Although we say climate change and the future is now, in the long run was taken up so often. And not in the sense of Henry Ford, who said at one time, in the long run, we're all dead. This here was much more in the long run, as in the sense of one of the songs I remember when I was young, the Eagles, in the long run. It means the renovation of a partnership, the continuation of your love. And so it's a pleasure for me and an honor to be here among partners and friends who share the same belief that the path towards a sustainable future is built through cooperation and trust. They are needed, together with what we saw this afternoon and during the day, regulation, infrastructure, finance, innovation, technology, and above all, action. Action which means going beyond the chicken and egg question. And it's probably much more than the chicken and egg question. I write very much this afternoon the comparison which was made with a puzzle. And the puzzle is something where you have to bring a lot of things together. And the puzzle is probably not easy. And if the puzzle is something like this one here, I like this one because it's a very difficult puzzle. It only has a few colors, a kind of blue, a kind of green, but that makes it so difficult. When we have to put this one together, all together, it will not be easy, but we will do it. That was confirmed in the course of today. And we are not only celebrating this agreement this afternoon, we're celebrating the partnership between Brazil and Belgium also. between the Port of Assou and the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, and between all the organizations and people who made this milestone possible. My warm thanks to my old friend and still colleague, my old colleague and still friend, I should say, Christophe, as we work together in the Port of Antwerp, and I should dare to say my new colleague, Eugenio, representing the Port of Assou, partners from RMI, the Global Maritime Forum, and Prumo for your leadership, for your dedication, and shared commitment to turning vision into reality. Together, we are initiating the development of a green corridor connecting Assou and Antwerp-Bruges, a route that will enable the export of zero-emission fuels such as green ammonia and e-methanol from Brazil to Europe. This initiative goes far beyond infrastructure. It represents indeed a bridge between the global south and global north, as Eugenio has been saying, between Brazil's renewable potential and Europe's industrial innovation. And with Belgium and the Port of Antwerp-Bruges serving as the gateway to Europe for these new energy transition fuels, we are setting in motion something truly transformative, a new transatlantic chapter of clean trade, maritime decarbonization, and sustainable growth. The maritime sector, long one of the hardest to decarbonize, now stands at the forefront of change. And here today, through this partnership, we show the world that cooperation across oceans can lead to real and measurable progress. And as we heard, transition goes along with pressure, resistance, and reorientation. This is what is going to happen. For Brazil, this is also a signal of its growing role as a global hub for green molecules. For Belgium, it reaffirms its position as Europe's entry point for clean energy and innovation. And for the world, it sends a powerful message that the energy transition is not just a goal, but a path we all are already walking together. You can count with me for full support as this initiative evolves in the coming years. It is not just an announcement today, it is, I think, putting something in motion. It is a signal indicating that the road is ahead, the direction is taken. And I sincerely hope to be back within the next few years at the Port of Assou. I will come earlier, but I want to be back to celebrate the first ship carrying these green molecules across the Atlantic, a tangible symbol of what partnership, perseverance, and vision can achieve. And as we look ahead to the COP30 next week, let us carry this spirit forward, knowing that when we work together, we turn ambition into action and action into impact. I will be glad to meet some of you who will be in Belém next week, and for those who are not there, we'll carry also your commitment and your perseverance with us. Congratulations to all of you, to everybody involved, for your leadership, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to building a more sustainable future. Muito obrigado, dank u wel, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the signing of the letter of intent establishing the Assou-Antwerp Green Corridor, marking a new phase of cooperation between Brazil and Belgium in advancing zero-emission maritime trade. So, please. take a picture. Yes, yes, please. Let me try to help. Maybe a picture of all three together. Another picture, please. Congratulations on this important milestone. This partnership highlights what's possible when innovation meets collaboration and when two continents come together to lead the clean energy transition. Thank you. As we close the Oceans of Opportunity Summit, I want to thank you all, the speakers, partners, and participants for a remarkable day of collaboration and inspiration. On behalf of Prumo and the Port of Açu, the Global Maritime Forum, the Rock Mountain Institute, the Port of Antwerp Bruges, and the International Association of Ports and Harbors, thank you for being part of this journey. Please join us for the closing reception hosted by the Global Maritime Forum and the Rock Mountain Institute, right here in the foyer. Let's continue this conversation and celebrate what we have built together. Thank you. I hope to see you soon. Our next discussion focuses on industry readiness for e-fuels, how ports, developers, and technology providers are scaling up to meet global demand. Please welcome our moderator, Mauro Andrade, Business Development Director of Prumo. Welcome. And let's welcome also our panelists. Meg Gentle, Executive Director of the Board, HIF Global. Jens Hiren, Managing Director, Everlands, MAN, and President, AHK Rio de Janeiro. And finally, Mariano Romero, Business Developer and Sales Manager, Latin America and Portugal, John Cockerill. You're all welcome. And I leave the word to our moderator.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I've started to destroy here the setup of the stage just to be able to look at the panelists. This session is about the industry readiness for e-fuels. As we've discussed this morning, this industry, this segment is in a pivotal moment. It's a relevant segment when it comes to emissions. It's a relevant segment when it comes to global trade, and that's precisely the reason that is one of the segments that's under more pressure to decarbonize. In spite of the setback or the deferral that we had a couple weeks ago in the IMO framework implementation, I think this is one of the industries that has the most ambitious targets already implemented. And that's actually a lot. And these ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the e-fuels are absolutely important to be able to deliver that. And here, just for the sake of simplicity, we are talking about e-fuels, we are talking about mainly e-methanol and ammonia. There are approximately 50 to 60 vessels already running on e-methanol in the world, out of the 300 that is in the pipeline to be developed. Ammonia is not far behind with successful pilots and demonstrations. We learned this morning from our colleague from Fortescue, Andrew, that the green pioneership, which is ammonia fueled, is actually in Belém. And the challenge in going forward actually is now scaling them up to industry-wide solutions, which will certainly come with challenges, like challenges in supply chain, costs, in contractual terms, and also in the bunkering infrastructure. So it's fair to say, based on what we heard so far, that the readiness is not about just technology, it's about infrastructure, it's about investment, it's about regulation, and of course, collaboration. So I'm pleased to have, to moderate this discussion here with three distinguished leaders. Meg Gentle from HIF Global, a pioneer in producing e-fuels at scale. Jens Huren, Managing Director at Everlens. If Everlens doesn't ring the bell, that's the new name of MAN, right? Which is representing one of the leading engine manufacturers driving innovation in e-fuel compatibility. And of course, here at my side, Mariano Romero, the Business Development Manager for John Cockerill, which is a key player in electrolyzing technology. So I have a significant part of the value chain here with me. Thank you for all being here. I will ask each of you to brief insight into what your organization does, how it relates to e-fuels, and what you see as the biggest opportunities for the e-fuel development. I will start with Meg.
Thank you, Mauro, and thank you for asking me to join this esteemed panel and talk to all of you here at this very critical time in maritime decarbonization. I'm from a company called HIF Global, HIF Global, and we produce e-fuels today, both e-methanol and e-gasoline, in our Jaraoni facility in southern Chile. We're also installing their direct air capture facility to test direct air capture and how it can be integrated into e-fuels production. And we have a project in Porto de Açu to build e-methanol, 4 trains of e-methanol that will be 700 to 800,000 tons of e-methanol production, and take CO2 from the Brazilian market and fully renewable electricity to make these e-fuels. We have, on a worldwide basis, projects also to expand in Chile, build a facility in Uruguay, build a couple facilities in the US and also in Australia. And we look for many more sites in the world where we can find the right combination of renewable electricity that's abundant and can be baseload, and also CO2 supply. So we have ambitions overall to be producing up to 25 million tons of e-methanol by 2035. And so far, we are on track to do that, and we expect that that can go into the maritime sector, but it can also be further synthesized into kerosene for aviation or into gasoline for road transport. And so we anticipate to have a portfolio of customers across the transport sector. And as we look to maritime, I would say 2 things that we need to work on and solve all together. And I know it's been a subject of a lot of discussion today, but one is the regulatory certainty and how we move forward in the absence of what was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago at IMO. And so the green corridors, like the one with Antwerp and Bruges, are going to be very important so that we have more bilateral port agreements than necessarily the international agreement we thought we are moving into. And second is we have to solve the disconnect between driving costs down and short-term contracts. And so how can we have the volume coming into the market on short-term contracts, which is what the shipping industry needs, and still be able to build plants at scale? And so that is where the cooperation has to come together between port infrastructure, producers, and consumers.
Thank you, Meg. Before I pass to Jens, the organization is just reminding me that you need to look at this QR code here and ask your questions in the forum. because in the end of the panel, we have time to process these questions. So Jens, please, your initial remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mauro. Thank you also, Porta Su and RMI for inviting me as representative of Avalanche. Avalanche, formerly known as MN Energy Solutions, is a provider of engines, maritime engines, actually the leader, especially on the two-stroke engines. These are the big engines that you have on container ships, oil tankers, or other big ships. Almost 80% of those engines are designed by us and then built by licensees in Asia. But beyond, and for that, we are not developing also engines with diesel engines, but also LNG, which is the fuel of today, actually, unfortunately, when we talk about e-fuels, but also methanol engines. We are finalizing development of the ammonia engine and have tested recently also ethanol. So we have a strong direction in really driving energy transition. So we have a saying internally, or our strategy sentence, that moving big things to zero. So it's not the shipping industry. Also, we have other areas. We are also leading manufacture of big CO2 compressors. We are in all the big carbon capture projects in Europe and in Indonesia, participating with our engines. We have heat pumps, not so relevant in Brazil, but in Europe, a very important measure for decarbonization, district heating. And finally, we also producer of electrolyzers. We have our own giga stack factory, and we are producing also equipment for this power-to-X plant, e-fuel plants. For example, in Haruoni, the reactor for the methanol is coming from Avalanche, and also the direct air capturing from CO2 system is coming from Avalanche. Having said this, of course, we're looking very forward. We looked very optimistic onto the IMO regulations, a very good meeting, I think, in April, and we thought it will be just confirmed in October. But as mostly all of us, we were a bit disappointed that it will take another year on that. But I think the logic behind the e-fuels is very strong, and probably we see every year more some effective of the climate change. So I think the logic will continue, and we just have to bring the pieces of the puzzle together, which was shown, I think, in the last presentation. And it's not just to discuss, and I think that is important. We have discussed in the beginning of the chain, where comes the energy from, how expensive is it, where comes the electrolyzer from, especially where comes the CO2 from. Brazil has a huge potential for biogenic CO2. But also they're not stopping what does the fuel, because also this was mentioned in the study. We have to look how this maybe additional cost is distributed on the products that are transported. There is a story that we always take as reference. Maersk, who has bought the first methanol engines from us, they were talking to one of their customers, Nike, and said, look, we can transport you using green fuel, green methanol, but it will be more expensive. And they calculated and saw that it for the sport shoes, it's only a small amount, maybe not even 6% as shown in the example. So I think in that sense, we have to extend the analysis, and think we all of us have to be prepared, maybe pay a little bit more if things are transported by e-fuels.
Thank you, Jens. And Mariano, if you could just tell us a little bit how John Cockerell relates to the fuels industry and what you see as the major opportunities in that field.
Thank you, Mauro, and I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. I think this is the kind of dialogue that we have to follow to see how the trade sector is evolving over the next years. John Cockerell Hydrogen is a leader in manufacture of alkaline pressurized electrolyzers, having delivered more than 1,300 electrolyzers and with more than 30 years of experience in manufacturing. We aim at large projects. And how do we relate to e-fuels? Well, we manufacture electrolyzers, which in turn produce hydrogen, which is one of the main key bricks of the e-fuels synthesis. Furthermore, we partner with the French company Technip, having created a joint venture called Rely, and under the umbrella of this company, we offer comprehensive solutions that go from pre-feasibility to the final derivative of hydrogen, including performance guarantees throughout the whole process. Furthermore, we are today working on one of the largest projects in the US, an e-methanol project.
Thank you. I was just taking mental notes here while you three of you are speaking, and I found out here that I've asked you the most important opportunities in this domain. But I also would like to hear from you, what do you see as the major bottlenecks in this e-fuel domain? And doing a bit of reflection on what you said, I mean, we see that maybe the final impact for the final customers is probably around 5% in selected products, which is good news because I think everyone is willing to pay 5% more, maybe not 50% more, but 5% more. But I would like to hear from the three of you. I mean, if you forward your clocks 3 years ahead of time, what do you see 3 years from now? Do you see that we'll still have the same bottlenecks? What do you believe that can be accomplished in these 3 years from now? I will start with you, Meg, this direction.
So I think as we look forward for 3 years, the good news is that the supply is available. So the concern that people are having that they will buy vessels and there won't be any, e-fuels to be purchased, that is getting solved just by the virtue of projects that are finishing their engineering. So the supply is coming. I would say on the challenge side is how to dilute the cost of the fuel, like we're talking about making it only a 5% impact on the end product. Well, there are many ways that I think we need to think about how we make that dilution happen. So, for example, how can we do more and more blending where we can accept a reduction in CO2 emissions that's maybe not getting down to, like a 5 grams of CO2, but is making the fuel a lot cheaper because either we're blending in the upstream production of the e-fuel or we're blending directly into like a bunker fuel so that we have a much more standardized product that all vessels can use, and this will help reduce the cost. So I see on the horizon a lot of opportunities for that as we explore blending and also how that will work with bunker loading facilities at each of the ports. So as we look at, challenges versus opportunities, I think we have much more on the opportunity side of the ledger than we do on the challenges side.
Jens, if I ask you, looking forward 3 years in a row, what do you see what do you see as the bottlenecks that will be there 3 years from now, and what you see that is going to be mainly solved within 3 years? Or it's a too short time frame to find out if we're going to get rid of some of the bottlenecks?
I think for building up an industry, and that's actually what we're doing, it's probably 3 years too short. We have, I think, a huge supplier market for electrolyzers. I think there are a lot of companies working on that. Whether there's sufficient demand for all of those to survive those 3 years, I'm not 100% sure about it. What is sure, especially in Brazil, I think we will see some more pilot plants, bigger pilot plants going up to 10, 20 megawatts in execution, maybe not yet operating. And I hope also that these big plants like from HIF, like from Fortescue, who was in the panel before, will also move forward, have their FID. And I think if those, let's call them lighthouse projects, broken loose for Brazil, but also I think on the global, we have a better image how this will develop. Because I think this should close the loop between the people that want to pay for the e-fuels and those people that want to produce them, and also like people like us who want to deliver components to that.
Mariana, also the question for you, but I also would like to hear from you, because before, when we were talking about green hydrogen and the fuels which derive from it, people are saying, oh, the electrolyzers are not so good, they're too expensive, there's performance issues. In addition to the question about forward-looking 3 years in a row, I would like you to comment a little bit on what are really the bottlenecks of the supply chain today, if there's still bottlenecks in supply chain for electrolyzers, but also how they have evolved in the last couple of years.
Indeed, Mauro, you're right in the sense that the cost of the production cost of e-fuels is a key obstacle at this point. I'd like to say that in particular, e-fuels derived from pure hydrogen and from CO2 capture tend to be way more expensive than common fossil fuels. So as John Cockrell, we're trying to tackle this issue by working in 3 different fronts. One is reducing the capex of our products. We're trying to grow our electrolyzers. Today we offer a 5 megawatt unit grouped in 4 units with a separation unit, so having a 20 megawatt block. We're trying to grow beyond this value. Besides, we're improving the efficiency of the equipment, minimizing the degradation over time, working with intermittent power, which is pretty much the kind of project that you will face, for example, in Chile and in some places in Brazil, where you have some grid restrictions. And through our joint venture with Rely, we're also working on these performance guarantees throughout the whole process to guarantee that projects are bankable.
A question to Meg. Maybe this is too technical, and you don't need to answer if it's too technical, but we often say that one of the key components to reduce the costs of these projects is actually the interaction between the electrolyzer and the synthesis plant. And you only learn that when you have your project ready. And the upside of reducing the operational costs is actually massive when you start how to operate that. If you could elaborate a little bit on that, because you are one of the few synthetic fuels units that is up and running in the world. So can you tell us about this journey of how you have learned to reduce costs?
The most important thing is how to handle the pressurization of the hydrogen, because the hydrogen going into the methanol synthesizer needs to be, I think, at like 30 bar. And many of the electrolyzer solutions, the hydrogen comes out of the electrolyzer at basically, no pressure. And actually, shout out to Mariano, because John Cockrell has been an incredible pioneer. Like he said, he produces pressurized hydrogen coming from the alkaline electrolyzer. And so as we began, we were using and we do have the Siemens system, a PEM electrolyzer in Haraoni. But what we found is that we could reduce the cost of the electrolyzer package by roughly 60% by moving to a pressurized system. And why is that? Because we cut out from the at-scale facilities as much as $1 billion of capex on the pressure system. So that is one kind of step change that is coming from the integration of the electrolyzer and the methanol synthesis. But there are more step changes like that that are making hydrogen production cheaper from a capex standpoint and also from an efficiency standpoint, where we're needing less and less electricity to produce the same amount of hydrogen. And that is critical because, as you know, the electricity is one of the largest drivers of the cost of the methanol production.
Jens, your views on how to reduce operational costs and also capex costs on the equipment that you deliver. I'm not putting pressure on you to deliver cheap equipment to you, the producers, but
yes,
you're
cheap equipment.
you are in a unique position to comment that.
First, I agree, of course, with the pressure. We deliver both. That's why first we can deliver the hydrogen compressors, depending on the electrolyzers, on which pressure they are working. So we would be in that part causing the cost that Meg was mentioning. On the other side, our electrolyzers also are working with 30 bars. These are PEM electrolyzers, so this is a complete logic that you can avoid the first pressurization step on that. What I see with electrolyzers, especially PEM, this is still quite, although it takes 20, 30 years already, but still, I think, a product where you can do a lot of development and research on it, because there you use materials that are very rare, that are very expensive. And I think this, when we start up with the production and the use of it, there we have to find materials that have the same functionality, but can become cheaper. It's not just the robotization, have a giga plan for it. This, of course, helps to reduce the cost by whatever, 10, 20%. But in the long run, we have to work on the materials that are used on that. I agree, of course, on the energy prices, and there Brazil, I think, is very well positioned with now a lot of energy available in the grid. I think we have more production capacity than demand, and this could help also to ramp up the first projects here in Brazil. And again, I think all the learning that you have from designing and producing those machines. We have for compressors a special configuration, especially for ammonia, which could reduce also CapEx and OpEx by 5 to 7%. So it depends on how innovative you want to be with the concepts. And this can help to bring new concepts to the market, which reduce the cost.
Mariano, your perspectives on that. How can we be more competitive, offering more competitive equipment to the market?
Well, there is some magic word that John Cochran, it is mutualization. What we aim at large projects. So we start from everything, starting at 20 megawatts, and the larger the project, the more possibilities it offers to mutualize equipment. That is, to have larger separation unit, larger purification units, to have a unified light circulation system, water circulation system. And this way we achieve very relevant CapEx reductions. We limit the amount of material needed for the project, and this paired with industrialized solutions using a lot of steel structure enables even to reduce the construction time of the projects. Plus, when you're modularizing this 100 megawatt plant that we have co-created with Technip, we have a pre-engineered facility. So this also reduces the engineering times of any project.
We've talked a lot about the technical aspects. Let me go a little bit into the commercial side of the story. If I have asked you to summarize what would be the readiness for e-fuels when it comes to the maritime sector, what would you say, Meg? What would be industry readiness for e-fuels? What would be the dream of an e-fuels producer?
I think that if we are producing e-fuels for the same cost as fossil fuel, then the demand for the e-fuel would be essentially limitless. Everybody would rather have a lower carbon e-fuel if it costs the same as fossil fuel. So the pace of the uptake is going to be a little bit related to how the industry can sign long-term contracts. That is a long-term contract will be the way we can get the e-fuel produced at the very cheapest, because that will help have the lowest cost financing, the most certainty of cash flows. But as you all know, that is difficult for the maritime sector because all the ship operators are accustomed to buying bunker fuel, either bunker by bunker or in very short-term contracts. So this is what's slowing the pace, I think, of the uptake. As the supply is becoming available, if we have to supply it to ship operators in like 5-year contracts or 3-year or 1 year, we have to charge more to be able to raise the financing. So that is what's going to affect the pace. As we work with, I think, the ports on either side, and we get supporting infrastructure for storage and for loading, that will make things start to move a little bit more quickly.
Jens, your perspectives on that. What readiness means to you in that segment?
It's a lot in line with Meg said. I think the technologies are there. Even maybe electrolyzers could be a bit cheaper in the long run to close the gap on the costs. But the technologies are there, the experience is there. On the consumer side, the engines are there. The engines are already sold, so there should be a demand. The investors are there who want to build the plants. I think the operators that bought the engines want also to use e-fuel. So it's really how to close or bring the missing pieces together, as she said. So it's some really details that to really deep dive how the operators are working, that they maybe not have long-term contracts, that they really look still all over the planet where are the cheapest costs. I think we need some initiatives how to bring those people better together, and especially maybe not for a solution that will last for the next 20 years, but really that supports the ramp up that we need urgently.
Mariano?
Yes, I'd say that having analyzed projects that are not related to the transport sector, in comparison, I'd say that there is a huge potential to decarbonize sectors where electrification is quite hard. And maritime, I'm thinking maritime aviation and heavy land transportation. So all sectors that require fuels with a high density of energy. So in that sense, I think that e-fuels are probably the best choice for now. But in turn, we will have to adapt the infrastructure. And another interesting thing is that basically using e-fuels, you're not changing the internal combustion engine which could enable to have the energy transition at a faster pace.
Very good. I would like to test something with you, with the two of you. We've talked a lot about technology readiness. We've talked about economic viability, and we've talked about, in broader terms, policy and collaboration. If you have to rank the most important of these three aspects, technology readiness, economic viability, and policy and collaboration, what would you say is the most important one in order of importance?
So I think that economic viability is, as I said a moment ago, the biggest driver of the pace. And second, I would put regulatory certainty. And this doesn't necessarily have to mean that policymakers have to bring subsidies, but just certainty on how CO2 reductions are going to be accounted is super critical. And to have in the carbon accounting space, the concept of grandfathering is so important so that we can have investability and certainty that even if rules need to change as we learn things and adapt, that those changes, if they're adverse to a project, won't apply to that project after they've been financed and begin construction. So there are a lot of concepts on the regulatory side that we cannot give up our sort of relentless pursuit of grandfathering, of acceptance of mass balancing, of a standard way of accounting for carbon. And that is going to enable the market to grow and flourish. And then third, I would say technology. The technology is not new. We're having new adaptations. But the technology and the engines have been in existence for decades and decades. We're just putting them together, maybe in a different order than they've been configured before. But the technology is there and is easy to rely upon.
Jens, how do you rank that? Technology readiness, economic viability, and policy and collaboration?
not that easy to define who is number one, number two. Number three also, I would say, would be the technological readiness, because I think there's a big step done, and this is not that critical to move on, because we can work with that, what is already available. The other two, not sure. I would probably say you need, of course, the definition of the rules, because I think whoever has to take a decision wants to know the rules and need it at least fixed. If even after a short time there come better rules, that they could be improved. But what we see in Brazil, we need, or in other countries, we need the rules first. That would be also valid, of course, for IMO. But what isn't there is we have to wait for it. Because I think when we see about the economic viability, I think it will take some time where you have really business cases, where you have a sound business case that without risk and without doubt you can say, hey, this will pay off. So what we need is entrepreneurship, that we have people who say, yeah, this can pay off. We want to show that it pays off and take some certain risk. As we have seen maybe with Maersk, who has bought a lot of engines, as I think Fortescue is driving it forward. I don't think that they have a clear business case, that they know this will 100% pay off, but they want to do it. And that's why I probably, in that sense, the economical viability together with entrepreneurship, I would put on 1, and 1.5, I would put the regulations.
Okay, he's changing the ranking to 1.5 now. So, Mariano, your ranking.
I'd say regulations on top of the other, in the sense that, well, we've seen the cases of, for example, of the wind sector, the photovoltaics, extremely expensive at the very beginning. Today, probably two of the most less expensive energy sources. But the authority has to set the way to propose certain milestones, understand that over time the goals will be achieved. And speaking on behalf of the manufacturing sector, well, we are all the time tied to competition, so we have to improve all the time our equipment, reducing in that sense the cost of technology. So that would be my ranking.
I will take some questions from the audience now. There's one here that can be answered by all of you. Can we expect fuel producers to commit to capacity before customers commit to demand, or is that still a stalemate? Are we waiting for certainty, or we're creating the certainty?
I can say from our perspective that we will not move forward with our projects unless we have our customers. Now, what does that mean, have our customers? We're attempting to sign, as long-term agreements as we possibly can. But we're mindful that we may end up with a portfolio of customers, some which are kind of the anchors that are willing to take that long-term risk in exchange for lower cost of lifting, and some others who just cannot take that risk because of the state of their balance sheet and are willing to exchange, higher cost for having that shorter term. And so we shouldn't think of it as these projects will not go forward until companies sign 15 to 20-year contracts, and that has to form the entire basis, which if I'm you in the maritime sector, I would be highly skeptical of that being a success. We have to find creative business models that allow some shorter term contracting, potentially in exchange for, investing. Ship operators buy vessels or commit to charters on vessels. This is maybe similar. And so some of those more creative commercial structures are what we're finding with our customers.
Jens, from your perspective, are you willing to commit before the market is there? To which extent the risk you go into the risk segment, because it's a new industry, right? So it's
yeah. I would almost completely agree to Mac, because but always we look into those projects, you need also financing, and you really would need big companies that create the confidence of the banks to finance something without having off-taking contract. That's what I always hear. The first thing you need for financing is off-taking contract. So I imagine it difficult in some way to find a way. It probably will not be a 20-year contract, but I find extremely difficult to move forward without having a clear off-taking arrangement.
Mariano.
Yeah, same here. I see lots of projects with, interesting technology development, but still no off-taker. So I'm really confident that these auctions that are two-sided and try to meet demand with offer over different geographies might be a trigger. It might trigger the way, to have the best producers, the one that can get the hydrogen molecule at the lowest price, with the regions where demand is justified and maybe subsidized.
And I think what Meg has brought before, in the absence of an international umbrella or framework that sets up the bilateral relationship in these green corridors that we're trying to put together here, they're also very important to start de-risking the off-takers in the end, right? I have more questions here. Let me choose. There are three. Let's see. How do you see Brazil's position in terms of competitiveness, and what Brazil could do to help to accelerate the fuel projects? I will start with you this time, Mariano.
Well, being business developer for all of Latin America and Portugal, I very often confront different markets. And I see that Brazil has a huge potential. I'd say within the region, I'd say that probably Chile and Brazil are the two countries that have advanced the most with e-fuels. But Brazil has the internal demand, and that to me is quite relevant. I mean, the industrial profile of the country, plus the possibility of exporting and some partnerships with import ports. That, to me, means that Brazil is very well positioned probably to be the largest e-fuels market in the region and the first one to achieve an industrial size.
Jens.
Yeah, I agree also fully, because I think the economic logic behind it, we have the biggest potential for renewable energy. We already have 90% renewable production in the energy generation. We have, and that's a big difference, I think, to most of the other countries, we have big potential of biogenic CO2, and we have just to bring it all together to start ramping up e-fuels. What can we do? I think we defined it, the regulations has to be accelerated. We're working, I think there are a lot of projects in development, and they are not just on the PowerPoint now, they are really in the realization phase. And these are not sprints, but this is a marathon, and step by step, we have to resolve the problems that are showing up, being it access to the grid, to get your 1 gigawatt at the place where you want to have your plant, maybe getting the water where you need it, and education, whatever. I think with the realization phases moving on, you see the problems, and together, I think with the government, we have to resolve them as quick as possible to really take advantage of the big potential that Brazil has.
I couldn't agree more on Brazil having incredible potential to be a leader, and some things that Brazil could do or continue doing. The work that's been happening on the certification and CO2 accounting, we know that the European system is a little bit too tight and has actually made it hard to bring supply to the market. And so Brazil can really be a leader, I think, to be an example in the world of how we can bring together fossil fuels, biofuels, and e-fuels into an entire ecosystem that has a standard accounting for carbon and also a very robust certification that can be relied upon. And so these concepts are going to be very important to really lead the market. And for maritime, we were kind of expecting that EMO process would do that, and in a little bit of a vacuum on that process, that provides even more of the ability for Brazil to shine as a leader. And so I'm really encouraged, and actually from a formal LNG person, to see, Brazil as a producer of fossil fuel, to also be able to be the leader on these, what we like to call now advanced fuels or low carbon fuels. I'm very optimistic.
We are getting very close to the end of the session. Instead of asking, there are 2 more questions I will let you know later off stage, but I would like to give you the opportunity to make your final remarks, your views on this, on how you are. Of course, we are all here. That's because we believe in this segment, and also we believe that this segment will strive in Brazil. But your final reflections on the industry readiness for e-fuels. I can start with you, Mariano.
Thank you. I'd say the IMO has set the tone with its net zero framework. Unfortunately, it will be delayed, but cheer up. I think that we know that this is a long run, and all parties are doing efforts on their own. So at the end of the day, I think that we will be able to improve all sectors, including maritime and the aviation sector, which I think is also a very interesting challenge.
Yes, in the same direction. Despite of the delay of the IMO, I hope that we really have these entrepreneurs in small plants, in big plants, like HIF, like Fortescue, like other players, to move forward with their projects, getting with the others entrepreneurs who are setting the space of the decarbonization of the maritime sector, to see those projects, small or big, advancing and getting realized as soon as possible.
I think when we look back maybe this time next year on what happened over the year, we'll find that we all had to take sort of conventional understandings of how things were going to work and sort of put them aside, because we have to break apart some of the thinking and really find creative ways of solving the kind of volume and cost dilemma. But we will find that when we look back on the year, that made the industry actually much stronger and the solutions even better. And so we're all here because we're committed to seeing that happen, and we're committed to finding decarbonization to help the planet for future generations. And I'm really encouraged by that.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really honored to host this panel. Really thank you for coming. It's not very often that we can put such nice people on the stage together. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to them.
Thank you, Mauro, and our speakers for our incredible panel. So I would like to invite you to stand up for a picture, please. Where is our photographer? Here. Thank you again. So next, we will focus on the financial levers that can accelerate this transition, our finance and investment panel. Please welcome John Crates, Chief Executive Officer, Rock Mountain Institute, who will moderate a conversation with leaders in finance and industry. Please welcome. We can applaud him. We also welcome our panelists, Ana Clara Carvalho, Vice President, EHG, Thales Panza de Paula, Head of Business Engagement, LATAM, World Economic Forum, Elisa Salomão Lage, Chief of Department of Gas, Oil, Navigation and Decarbonization, BNDES, Moana Bagat, Chief Operating Officer, Elemental Energies. Welcome again. I leave you with the moderator.
Wonderful. Thank you. So nice to rejoin the conversation here. And we are going to talk about the important thing, right? We're going to talk about money right now, which whether we're talking about port infrastructure, whether we're talking about green fuels, whether we're talking about kind of new vessel technologies, which we've talked about all today, we're going to need to finance it somehow. And we know that the IMO and some of the mechanisms in there for the green fuels approach could certainly be one lever, but we don't need to wait for that, and we can innovate in all sorts of ways to drive down the cost and manage the risk around how exactly we transition faster. And I'm so delighted to be joined by just a wealth of knowledge up here on stage with different colors of money, as well as different perspectives on how exactly we get further faster. And so maybe I'm going to move first to a little bit of the public and development money on stage here. Elisa, and I'd love for you to frame up a little bit for us from a systemic perspective. What fundamental changes do we need in the financial ecosystem to accelerate the maritime decarbonization that we're talking about here today? And then you can also jump into a little bit about what's the role that BNDES would play in that system.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here representing BNDES. Thank you for the invitation. And from my perspective, the main change needed in the financial ecosystem is to align financial incentives with decarbonization goals. This means providing funding at attractive costs and with long repayment terms to encourage investors to engage in maritime energy transition projects. These projects typically require high upfront investments, are highly innovative, and face both technological and market uncertainties. And to overcome these challenges, a combination of funding of different sources and lenders willing to share risk is essential. Cooperation between development banks, multilateral institutions, and commercial banks will be key to accelerate the transition. And at BNDES, we are already contributing by offering long-term financing and competitive terms and directing our most attractive credit lines toward decarbonization projects. We have experienced co-financing with other lenders and capital market participants, as well as sharing guarantees, and this helps these projects viable. Beyond financing, BNDES also plays a catalytic role in connecting the financial ecosystems to the projects. As the Secretariat of BIP, the Brazilian Platform for Climate and Ecological Investments, we act as a bridge between high-impact projects and the financial market, facilitating access to funding, guarantees, and other instruments. Through this platform, we seek to strengthen collaboration, share knowledge, and help scale up investments that can drive the maritime sector's energy transition in a responsible and effective way.
Fantastic. Thank you, Elisa. And very clearly, an important form of foundational money that we need in the stack overall when we think about how to make transition happen. I want to turn to you, Ana, because you represent a different color of money here, the equity side. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the role of private equity in enabling this transition here from your perspective.
Thank you, John. I think private equity plays a role
in financing and scaling these new technologies, as well as providing flexibility for projects that require a high upfront capital. Global net zero targets are estimating massive amount of investments required to meet these new policy goals, and most of them need to come from the private sector. So I think that's where private equity can play a big role in bridging the gap and fund public policy goals. At EIG, we've invested over $6 billion in energy transition projects, and that's ranging from renewables, hydrogen, electric vehicle infrastructure, and in Brazil specifically, we see Porto Vasul as a platform to provide the infrastructure required for these projects to develop at the country.
Fantastic. Well, we'll come back to talk a little bit more about how equity plays in a moment, but I do want to go over to you, Mona, on the end, and we have a microphone nearby. There we go. Just to lay out what financing, one, introduce Elemental to everyone. Two, what financing barriers are you facing in scaling up operations right now?
Thanks, John. Elemental Energies is an energy transition project developer. We are new in the market, and we are looking to develop only green projects. And we are looking at the whole scale of technologies, including solar, wind, green ammonia, green methanol, green hydrogen. We've been in the market for about 4 to 5 years, and we've looked at different regions, different sectors, and different technologies. Going to your question, and what are the key barriers? I think there exists a development funding gap. You see that most of the engineering studies, the permitting, the environmental permitting, all of these need early or front-end loading, as we call it. These need to be done even before we get into FEED or reach FID, and these need to be funded. The development funding is not available so easily in the financial markets. We've spoken to quite a few banks and investors who are looking to help energy transition projects and green ammonia projects. However, you do not have the visibility of the offtake, as was discussed in the previous panel. Without the offtake agreed upfront, there is very little investment available to develop projects. So I think we need to look at financial instruments that help developing green projects going forward. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Mona. Talis, I want to pull you into the conversation as someone from WEF who sits kind of in the middle, quite literally, as well as, kind of across the space between public, private, kind of businesses developing and businesses financing. When you think about this issue of kind of collaboration and how exactly best in class works, what's the most effective way for this community to come together to accelerate progress toward investments?
Well, thank you, John, first of all, and it's a pleasure to be here in such an important event, and delighted to be here with my fellow panelists. So from our perspective, this is a systems level challenge, right? So this really requires the collaboration and efforts from multiple sides of society and the stakeholder groups that are critical to ultimately move the needle for us to advance decarbonization of the maritime sector. And when you think about multi-stakeholder collaboration, if you want to simplify it specifically for this case, you would need, of course, to ferment the development and signals from off-takers, which we've heard this multiple times. So I don't want to repeat, of course, what my other colleagues have shared, but you need also financing that thinks about the whole risk-return continuum. So you will have development finance institutions, you have grant providers, you will have, of course, organizations that can provide capital at scale. And finally, you need very close collaboration with the public sector, whether it's related to policy making, regulatory framework, so on and so forth. And if you combine those three, you can effectively address this challenge. Now, I wanted to mention a couple of multi-stakeholder collaborations that I see as very strong examples that are trying to tackle the specific issue we're addressing here today. So the first one is probably well known to everyone here, which is the Zero Emissions Maritime Buyers Alliance. It's a fantastic initiative trying to ultimately mobilize the collective purchasing power of significant buyers to create off-taker signals. And these translate into tenders that will eventually allow these organizations to also finance projects. So fundamental piece of multi-stakeholder effort to address this challenge. The second one is the First Movers Coalition, which is an initiative that was co-created by the World Economic Forum and the United States government back at COP26 with a very ambitious but simple vision, right? When you think about off-taker commitment, that's the reality for every hard-to-abate sector. So whether you're thinking of steel, aviation, aluminum, chemicals, all these sectors need off-takers so they can develop the technology and ultimately finance these projects. And this initiative wants to bridge that gap. And so the shipping sector was one of the first 4 sectors selected for us to mobilize signals from large buyers at a global scale. And we have done so since then. There are significant companies committed, in fact, committed to purchasing about 10% of all their procurement, let's say from shipping, from near zero emission providers by 2030. So you're really trying to create this off-taker presence so that the ecosystem can flourish. And these are the type of initiatives that will ultimately move the needle, right? I don't think any individual organization or sector alone will be able to advance such a system-level challenge.
Thanks, Talis. It's so important to hear the WEF's focus on mobilization of the first movers and the buyers' alliances here to make, kind of the investments investable. And maybe I'll come back to you here, Anna, on what exactly does make an investment investable for you when you think about it from an equity perspective.
Yeah, from my perspective, when we look at this type of projects on a regular basis, I think it's a combination of 5 things. First one is to have a clear decarbonization strategy. You have to have measurable targets that are aligned with global standards. Second is, and everyone here talked about it, offtake agreements. We need to see some revenue visibility, and it's not like an 100% contracted project, but some level of long-term pricing to be able to fund, especially these infrastructure projects that require higher capex upfront. And the third one would be to be aligned with the regulatory framework and with a clear permitting roadmap for execution. Technology should also be scalable and replicable across markets and working on other jurisdictions. And last but not least is probably to partner with credible partners there to make a project with some level of commercial resilience and predictable execution.
So we've got five basic points of structure here that we can talk about. I want to talk about innovation for a few moments with our 2 of our panelists here, and Mona specifically. You're thinking a little bit about innovative structures, and I'd love for you to give any examples of how financial actors can use these innovative structures to overcome barriers.
Thanks, Joan. So you can have combined concessional finance, as you alluded to earlier, with strategic equity and debt, commercial debt combined with a mezzanine tranche to attract international and institutional investment. You can also have a platform-based investment, so you can have multiple Power-to-X projects put under a platform, under a single instrument that then de-risks all these projects, and at the end of the day, you have a return on your portfolio. So we all need to think about innovative ways of how we can also improve the cash flows and the capex loading. So early engagement with vendors, OEMs, technology providers, and potentially co-investment from the OEMs and the technology providers helps in deferring the CapEx. And some of the, as we heard from John Cockerell earlier, some of the licensors are interested to have a co-funding agreement and a structured co-funding agreement going forward on green hydrogen and green ammonia projects, and of course methanol projects. Thanks, John.
Thanks, and if you'd pass the microphone then over to Elisa, I think a follow-up to that is what specific financing mechanisms are you, when you think about what Mona just went through, what is BNDES thinking about in terms of your contribution overall?
Okay. Well, as I mentioned before, our interest is to have a relevant participation in the financing of the maritime transition. We want to contribute to the acceleration of this process because we think Brazil is a country with many opportunities to move in this direction. We have abundant feedstock, biogenic CO2, renewable energy, which is already a great advantage. We also have extensive experience in biofuel production, so we can continue to build on this potential also for maritime transport. In thinking on these, we need to foster the energy transition project. So BNDES, together with FINEP, which is an innovation foundation here in Brazil, we held a public call for business plans focused on sustainable maritime and aviation fuels. We had a surprising result on this public call with the submission of 33 maritime fuel projects, representing an estimated investment of 47 billion reais. Some of these projects are more mature than others, of course, and more advanced ones. The structures being designed by investors generally involve project finance models and also mini-perm. We are actively working on these models, considering our experience in other sectors. But, of course, we face challenges regarding the terms of offtake agreements and feedstock supply. Securing long-term arrangements has been challenging, as mentioned before. And currently, BNDES offers several funds to support investments in sustainable fuel production, including Innovation Lines, the Climate Fund, and Eco-Invest, all with very competitive costs. We also have financing lines denominated in dollars, which is particularly important for supporting these projects. Most of them aims to export. So financing, we understand that it will also be needed for the logistic infrastructure supporting these new fuels. And we have already extensive experience in long-term financing for port sectors, fuel terminals, and related facility. So on these investments, we don't think we will have an issue. And finally, the bank also supports the construction of modernization vessels aimed at reducing emissions. We have a program to encourage the decarbonization of the naval fleet, offering interest rate discounts on financing for vessels that achieve a certain percentage of emission reduction. We do not require any specific technology or fuel. The ship owner may choose it, of course, but to have the discount, the company needs to prove the emission reduction in operation for at least 1 year. This represents a type of sustainability-linked loan, which is a stimulus for the energy transition. And the financing of vessels constructions and modernization is provided by BNDES through the Merchant Marine Fund, offering dollar-denominated debt on highly competitive terms and also with long-term repayment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Elisa. You all are familiar with the drill here. We do have a QR code up there. If you've got questions, go ahead and launch them in, and I'll be receiving them on a feed here, but I'm going to keep talking with our group here. And I do want to go back to you, Thales, here. We've heard a little bit about innovation. We've heard about structures and opportunities here in the region. You have a global perspective. How's the region doing right now in terms of investment overall into this space? And are there obvious places that you think adjustments could be made in order to scale?
Yeah, it's a very important question. And by nature, Latin Americans are very optimistic. And so there's always, of course, there's an interest and there's energy to try and deliver things, but ultimately there are hurdles, right? And this is one of the elements that I'll quickly address on my response. But as I've said, there's very serious interest, and there are projects in the region, not only in Brazil, but in several other countries, that are trying to address the investment needs in green maritime infrastructure. But what we do see is we see momentum that is scattered. So the momentum depends on individual organizations, it depends on specific projects, and we have fantastic projects to highlight, but it depends on these individualized efforts. So when you think about it holistically, there's still a lack of depth and momentum at a national and regional scale to really advance the green maritime infrastructure investment needs. And we see, of course, three key barriers. They've been mentioned here before as well. They're not different in Latin America to anywhere else, right? You have the scientific and technological challenges, you have the economic challenge, which includes the financing aspect, and then you have the policy and regulatory elements. Differently to some of the responses I've heard here before, when we think of at a global level, there is enough capital available to address these investment needs. But in Latin America, that's not necessarily the case. So the economic challenge in Latin America, in my view, is greater than when you think about it at a global scale. We lack capital markets depth, which means that even if projects are de-risked, there's sometimes a lack of private capital to crowd in and ultimately help the project become viable. You have lack of economic diversification, which means that each individualized project carries a greater amount of risk. And then finally, you have currency risk and other elements that are very specific to the region, which of course everyone is aware. But these challenges, when I compare to the others, at a regional level seem to be a higher hurdle. But there are fantastic projects, and I'm happy to mention a few that I've had the opportunity to speak to over the past few years. So for instance, in Colombia, we have the Cartagena industrial cluster, which is a fantastic effort in helping decarbonize the maritime sector. And it's achieved great results in a very short amount of time through efficiency gains, and not necessarily the volume and scale of investment that is required by some other investments. In Brazil, we have also great cases. The Açu port is a fantastic example of an industrial cluster effort, which seems to be the direction of travel for us to decarbonize the maritime sector. So indeed, there's energy, there are projects, but it lacks momentum at a national and regional scale.
Well, and if we continue this on, Thales, and we think you've given a couple good examples here of kind of organizations or assemblies, coordination, cooperation, collaborations that have helped drive forward. What can the WEF do practically in order to solve, and advance solutions in this region? What are you thinking your role is specifically? And we'll talk about other roles here as well.
Yeah, that's the fundamental question for us, right? How can we address these system-level challenges as an organization that isn't providing financing, right? We are providing an impartial platform that will allow the different stakeholder groups to collaborate. And so when I think about the efforts that have translated into results, one of the initiatives I want to highlight is called the Transitioning Industrial Clusters Initiative. So what it's really trying to do, it is trying to think about not only the decarbonization of the maritime sector, but the decarbonization of several hard-to-abate sectors collectively. And the industrial clusters concept can be one of the strongest cases to really achieve that. And of course, you have the economies of scale, you have the de-risking component of having several actors collaborating together. You have the role of government coming in and, of course, incentivizing the development of these clusters, but also expediting, for instance, permitting and regulatory related issues. And this initiative is ultimately trying to address that via 5 pillars. So we identify these high potential areas at a global scale. And in Latin America, we've already identified 4, 2 already active members. The support is one of them, and the Cartagena industrial cluster is another. There's one in an advanced stage in Chile, and another in Mexico, Altamira, which you might be familiar with, that serves not only as a maritime hub, but also as the chemicals hub in Mexico. The second pillar is basically to help build trust and collaboration between clusters and governments. It's not necessarily the case that that trust exists by default, and so the forum can provide this impartial platform for that trust to build. The third element is to inform policies. Policies need to develop at a fast pace. Some of them are lagging the technological development that we are seeing. We've heard this before. Fourthly, it's to identify innovative financing options. And of course, my colleagues can speak about that at length. And lastly, it's to help the technology that is emerging reach scale at a global level. And so in Latin America, of course, we can bring some of these insights and hopefully help accelerate that effort.
Great, thanks, Talis. Mona, I wanted to pull you in here just on other actors that can come in. We've heard a little bit of how WEF can help organize, but what do you see as the role of government or other actors in helping to make sure that these projects get financed?
So I think a good example is the Green Corridor initiative that we heard this afternoon, this lunchtime, just before lunchtime. I think these initiatives help have these green corridors established between ports at different locations and helps build the hydrogen or the green ammonia economy, as we call it. The other aspect I'd like to bring forward is we need partnerships like the Port of Açu. It's a very good example of how you can collaborate. You can utilize the, especially for developers like us, we need to have some hand-holding, so we can use the shared infrastructure, we can use the grid, we can use the desalination common facilities, we can use ammonia storage and handling and export. And I think all this makes the projects more bankable in the long run. So it helps with putting the project into the international investment arena, so to say, and to bring that finance that is so much required to decarbonize shipping. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Mona. Elisa, I wanted to pull you in here specifically on the key barriers that you encounter when you're structuring finance for energy transition projects. And specifically, what are the types of partnerships, whether they be public-private, whether they be international, as Mona has just said, that really are most effective in overcoming those?
Well, I think the main barriers to financing the maritime transition are the technological maturity of certain production pathways, the regulatory uncertainty, which impacts the demand, of course, and the lack of historical price data for new fuels, which makes projecting future price difficult without long-term offtake agreements. The public, private, and international partnerships involving governments, development, and commercial banks, multilateral institutions, and export credit agents will be crucial to provide funding for climate and innovation initiatives, and concessional capital, guarantees, risk-sharing mechanisms, and also the regulatory and technological expertise.
Wonderful. So there's a lot that we've got to overcome here. I wanted to check with you, Anna, and see if there's anything on your side when we think about kind of the barriers that we have to overcome. What structural changes are really needed to unlock investment for projects like e-fuels when we think about the equity components?
Well, we need to see demand maturing. As of today, I believe demand is flexible and on a pilot scale. So in order to commit to any capital and obviously to secure financing, we need to see some long-term priceable contracts from the market. and as well as to have integrated infrastructure, as these projects, especially e-fuels, they need to have a lot of components in the same place. They need to have water, power, CO2, and integrated logistics ecosystem. And then at ASU, we're bringing these parts together. Our pre-licensed hydrogen hub enabled us to partner with HIF, which is another portfolio company of EIG, and both parties now are discussing to develop an e-fuels plant at the port, and that will eventually serve maritime industry, for example.
Terrific. I do want to, again, encourage folks with the QR code. I do have questions here, then I'm going to move into our pop question area of this particular conversation. You know, and this is a tricky one that I'm really looking forward to your responses on, but how can financing strategies be adapted to the volatility of the global fuel markets during the energy transition, right? We're starting to see volatilities and swings in prices and challenges in the market. So what's needed to deal with an increased volatility in the market as it gets disrupted? And just, I know this is an opportunity to brainstorm and share thoughts on stage, but does anyone want to kick us off?
I'm happy to give this a very brief shot, but in any case, so there's efforts out there to mitigate the volatility of the prices of e-fuels and other types of renewable alternatives. One of the most interesting ones I've seen is called H2 Global. You might have heard of it, but what it does, it creates long-term buyer commitments, and then in the short term, it matches that with short-term supply, right? And so there's price oscillation. So the buyers commit to long-term commitments. The suppliers then have a price guarantee, but the buyers cannot be exposed to that price risk alone. And so that initiative, what it does is via grant and subsidized financing, it mitigates that risk that price oscillation may bring to the buyers in the long term. So you have long-term tenders that create certainty for the suppliers. You have willing buyers that are happy to bear some of the price risk, but ultimately have the support of grants and subsidized financing to adjust.
Yeah, H2 Global is a very powerful model here to help nascent markets get started. Mona, it looks like you may want to chime in here as well.
Yeah, so I think Timo is not here, but I speak on his behalf. I think H2 Global have done an absolutely brilliant job, as you've explained. They're not only looking at or dampening this volatility effect, but also they're marrying, let's say, a developer with an off-taker, and they're also subsidizing. So they're getting EU funding to do this, and they're subsidizing and trying to develop or bridge that gap between what actually it costs versus what you are selling as an offtake, because there is a big gap still, and it is a lot more expensive to produce, as we know, than what we are being given as an offtake or the rate at which we are offtaking. So I think they are also subsidizing that gap, which is quite a good way of, and it's a very good example of how these mechanisms can work. However, it's a very small fund available to do this, and we need to scale this at a much. We need to go a much bigger scale to actually decarbonize shipping and other sectors. We call hard to abate sectors, but aviation is another example of it. So I think this needs to be done at a much larger scale than we are doing it today. Thanks.
Fantastic. I want to go to a question. I want you all to think about how we can coach and support folks in the region here on capital assembly and acquisition, right? So the question is, what is the best way for developers in Brazil for new fuels to access green funds, and mainly in Europe? So how do we in Brazil, in Latin America, tap into European green funds? Any thoughts on that front?
Yes, yes. I think the BIP, the Brazilian platform, investment platform, is an example of how we can do it, because the idea is to present the projects to all investors, not only to all the financial market, not only to the Brazilian institutions, but also international ones. So I think it's a very good initiative from Brazilian government. And BNDES is, as I said before, is the secretariat of this platform. So we have now some projects there in this platform, not only from, I think in maritime sector we don't have anyone yet, but we already have from SAFI, for reforestation, and I think for SAFI, I think we have more than one. And also now I think we are putting also some projects of biomethane. So it's a very, very interesting initiative, and the idea is to show the Brazilian projects to the market, and also the international market.
Terrific. Anna, I'm going to call you into the conversation here. We have a question that's simply, how does EIG view investment partners in Brazil versus abroad?
We are a global fund, so we look at opportunities worldwide. We have an office in Brazil since, I believe, 20 years. And we are evaluating opportunities as long as in Brazil, as long as in other regions. So we should and are looking to partner with local investors as well as strategic partners.
Great. The next question is really about collaboration, right? And it's about how, when we think about the different capital that's represented here on stage, how can we align the different funding sources that sit here? How do we collaborate and align it faster relative to the opportunity? And that is fundamentally the challenge, right? And I'm wondering if you all have thoughts or ideas on what, particularly when you think about what you've heard on stage here, what can be done differently? Mona.
I think the first thing that comes to mind is, how do you create demand? And that is the biggest question we have, right? Getting the demand, agreeing offtakes. I think that's the biggest piece of the puzzle. The rest of it, we are used to doing all of those financial instruments. The question is always, do we have a long-term offtake on the table, and how do we collaborate to get this offtakes agreed? And the best way to do it is by working together with the ports, the ship owners, the developers, the investors. And I think by collaborating all of these pieces of the value chain together, you're potentially able to create this demand. It's difficult to say that you can get a long-term agreement, but I'm sure we can start with short-term agreements and then develop them into long-term agreements, given that the financial institutions are up to producing or providing that capital that's needed to actually take the industry forward. So I think the key for me as a developer is creating that demand.
Any other thoughts?
And just to add, in the other side, when speaking of the sources of financing, I think it would be great to have for example, at BNDES, some of these lines of credit that I mentioned before, the innovation line, the climate fund, the eco-invest, BNDES has some difficulty to finance imported items with these fundings. They are dedicated to Brazilian items of the projects. So for us, it's very important to have this combination of funds, because with ECAs and other banks, international banks financing the imported items of the projects, it will be very good for the projects, of course. So with these, we can close the sources of funding. And that's why BNDES has extensive experience in co-financing projects, because all of these kind of projects, we always have imported items, and they are usually the most important items of the project. So for us, it's very important to have this combination of fundings.
Great. There is certainly offtake, and offtake is a major risk, and it's a risk mitigator that everyone looks at in order to manage the financeability. I think you've created and have referenced a number of vehicles here, Elisa, that are helpful in that process as well. The final question I want to just put in front of you all before we close with a lightning round across is just kind of the financial community as it stands right now oftentimes says these projects are too risky to invest in because we haven't seen them before, and we don't understand the technical risk associated with it. And I'm wondering, what's the answer to that, right? How do you respond, and how do you build up the case that allows that technical risk to be managed effectively, and to educate the financial system to close the gap and ultimately reduce some of the financial costs of the transaction in the process? This is a question from the audience. I'm wondering if anyone has thoughts on that.
So I think the best way to do that is to have a common or a standardized due diligence process early on. So having the engineering company, whoever's doing the engineering, sit alongside with the investment or the financial institution and have a standardized due diligence process. So that reduces your cost and the effort that's needed, because we talk about technology risk, but these technologies have been in play for a long time. So it's not a technology risk, it's an understanding risk of how we're going to do this project. And so the investment community looks at it from a different lens. The engineering community looks at it from a different lens. And so you need to marry those two and standardize the process and improve the due diligence standardization. And that will help you in the long run to actually not term it as technology risk, but actually term it as a project risk in many ways. So I think there are ways of doing this. Unfortunately, we are not yet there. We are getting there slowly.
Fantastic. Other thoughts? Okay. Well, I do want, maybe we'll work from you, Mona, over this way. I'd like you all just to reflect on this conversation and just provide one closing thought that you'd like everyone to take away from this discussion. New or reiterated. I'll let you choose.
Thanks, John. So capital exists, but it follows certainty as we know it. And it's important to work on collaborative, financial, innovative instruments as we go forward.
Thank you, Elisa.
I think my closing remarks will be that Brazil has a great opportunity to become an important player in the maritime energy transition, and we need to organize ourselves to make this opportunity a reality.
Great remarks there, how to come after that. So, yeah, my final conclusion is that multi-stakeholder initiatives are key, and for Latin America, we need more collective action. for us to ultimately achieve our decarbonization goals.
Well, I think Brazil has all the fundamentals. We have renewables, we have potential for green hydrogen, we have modern port infrastructure as well. All investors need to see is more regulatory clarity, and then I think market will further develop itself. But this is not unique to Brazil. I think regulatory decarbonization for maritime industry is a global work in progress. So I think once that develops, capital will follow quickly.
Terrific. So we are at a moment of innovation. We're at a moment of innovation in finance. We're at a moment of innovation in policy. We're taking on the challenge of how to organize and build up some of that, those off-taking agreements and the overall resolve that it needs at this particular moment for the community to step forward and ultimately rally the capital here that will. The capital is ultimately going to seek returns, and so we've got to produce those returns, but we can do it in smart ways here when we work as a community to mitigate the risks and to harness the opportunities together. Please join me in thanking our extraordinary panelists for just an insightful conversation here this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you again to all our panelists. So now I would like to invite you to a group picture, please. This way. Thank you. Well, now we have a short break. We return in 5 minutes, so see you soon.